important projects will be shared with all of you here today. I will not continue to speak. I will give the floor to Federico De Androsi. Ho fatto solo uno, 10 minuti. Thank you so much. They told me that we have the connection back with Professor Molinari. So I would like to give him the floor. Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning. Can you hear me? Hopefully, yes. Well, not that good. We cannot hear you that well. Let me first of all thank the colleagues. I am sorry that I'm not here with you. It is a wonderful idea to host this workshop in the museum. So we have to start with some fruitful cases. Unfortunately, the connection is not that good. The audio is not clear. We cannot hear you that well, honestly. Well, unfortunately, I cannot do anything different. Well, let me propose maybe to have a discussion in the afternoon so that our technicians, maybe we can better work with your connection. Thank you so much. We apologize. Okay, let's conclude this introduction, which seems very rich, by giving the floor to Francesco Micheli, who is the president of the CNA PPC, the National Council. Good morning. I would like to stand if you don't mind. It is better for me to say what I want to say, what I'm thinking. First of all, I'm very happy to be here today, this morning. I didn't know this wonderful location. I had the chance to know this beautiful place. And I think that it is an interesting location which launched a process of urban upgrading. And this is the reason why we are here, because this is an initiative we wanted to have in the view of the celebration of architects that we will have on the 5th of November in Venice. We wanted to reach this annual meeting through a process of discussion and dialogue about some important topics which belong to the strategy we are working on, that we would like it to be a strategy for the Italian community of architects. I would like to mention the topic of artificial intelligence and digitalization. We had it in Venice, in the Italian pavilion, which was organized through the participation of a wide reality, a European reality, and even more than European, of architects coming from the national councils and also architects coming from different European countries. And we called them to discuss about the necessary tools for our life and for our next future. So some working tools and instruments that we will have to face in the next future. And then what about the contents of this strategy I was referring to before? Well, this strategy has an important input coming from Europe, the strategy of Bauhaus about regeneration. I think that this is an important case for reaffirming in our country as well the role of the project, of the revolution, and especially the cultural revolution to be implemented. And this is why we wanted to call it cultural workshop and laboratory, because the issue of urban regeneration and upgrading, before being a topic concerning us all as architects, it is a topic where we have to rethink about the city. So it is a cultural topic, first of all, a cultural topic, which is also a cultural battle, let's say. So the urban upgrading comes from a very first element, which is reducing the consumption of soils. However, if we only consider these viewpoints, this is not enough. Of course, it is really important to consume less. It is something that we care a lot about. It is at the core of our thinking. However, this is also about something else. It is not only about the consumption of soils, it is also about rethinking our cities. So, thinking about the current paradigms that we used in the modification and transformation of our cities. And most of all, it is a strategy that we have to implement for the big scenario of the suburbs, which are not abandoned suburbs. Actually, these places might give a huge contribution in building an hypothesis for a future city. So the urban upgrading is like the main thread for reinterpreting our lifestyle. This is not only linked to the rebuilt city, but actually this is also connected to the unbuilt city. So the public spaces and the places such as squares, streets, the common assets belonging to a community. And today, this is true more than ever, and even more after the tragic experience of the pandemic. The public place also has different insights. So regenerating means facing these problems altogether. And this also means giving a new life, giving birth to a new life. So working on a huge keyboard where we have different keys which must be connected with each other. So this is the cultural topic. This is also the topic of involvement, social inclusion. This is also about the economic and social aspects. So thinking about regenerating some realities without, let's say, having the new elements as a reference when improving the economic capacity of a reality. I mean, we must be sustainable from this point of view as well. So sustainability may be applied to different interpretations. We can say sustainable, as the French people say, durable, they say, for sustainable. So it is about something which will last quite long. But this is also different from the point of view of the ability to launch processes for economic growth specifically. So this is an important issue. It is quite a complex issue. I always say that urban regeneration cannot be meant as a reuse or requalification. It is something more. It corresponds to some other identities as well. So this is to stress the importance of our meeting today about the experiences which were done and the good practices, because in my opinion, as we will see in this laboratory, we have some good practices. We have the ability to make comparisons between these good practices, and also to have some results from these beautiful experiences. So we have to try and know these good practices. And of course, the most ambitious goal that we have is to have a permanent observatory on the process of urban upgrading and regeneration. Because if we don't have these type of experiences, we will not go any further. It is not only about thinking about it or defining it on a theoretical plan. Of course, we also have to think about these cases. However, this starts from the concrete experiences, and this is why our National Council is more than happy to work on this event together with the Order of Architects of Venice. I would like to thank them all because it was an important relationship that we had, and so I would like to thank them here. Especially, we would like to go on this path, building a database, building common heritage for experiences and knowledge available for the whole community, but also for the governance, because everybody speak about it, but actually this regeneration, this urban regeneration and upgrading doesn't correspond to anything real sometimes. So it is not put into practice, and we worked a lot about it, and sometimes these processes not is standing still, so we should recover these issues. So I will conclude by saying I'm happy to be here. I'm happy that we organized this beautiful initiative. We have to let these become a permanent observatory if possible. We will see how the main tools and possibilities will be. We will also participate in a new Bauhaus regeneration project, so we will join this project in order to express some new ideas over the model of cities in Europe. And to conclude our works for our activities in the next months, will be focused on this topic of urban regeneration, which will be a strategic asset for us all. I would like to thank all the future participants, or the participants here today, who will explain their experiences, and we will try to spread this message in order to build the necessary attention that we must have if we want to belong to this cultural revolution, which is also affecting the topic of urban regeneration and upgrading. I think that we should work following this direction more than ever. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe that these introductory speeches have already laid on the table before us a number of issues that we are going to deal with throughout the day during this workshop, without having the intention to find systemic solutions and answers to the issues that we're going to deal with, because these issues have to do with resilience and with other topics that change over time, but we would rather focus on practices, on the projects that have been completed, and also on those underway. And therefore, by discussing together, we will try to infer some coordinates and some indications that may help us implement more systematic projects that might be the fruit of a number of calls that are going to be launched in the coming months. Trying to sum up what the interpretation queue is in the projects that have been submitted for today's workshop. We will have 4 focused roundtables. The first focuses on transformation or regeneration of purely manufacturing and productive spaces. The second roundtable will focus on a number of processes that concern the built environment and which interact with the communities and with the inhabitants of the area. And they have an influence on the physical material and also on the intangible relations. The third roundtable at the beginning of this afternoon will focus on open spaces and public spaces, trying to analyze 4 cases that stem from different points of view on public spaces. One is an example of the regeneration of a state school that also includes some spaces to serve the requirements of the local community. The fourth roundtable will focus on the relationship with culture, landscape, regional identity, following the concept of beauty that is supported by the new Bauhaus movement. As far as I'm concerned, I tend to look more at the recent past than at the future. So I sort of feel myself as a historian. So the reference to the Bauhaus is not purely literal. The idea in organizing these workshops was to provide you with very short presentations so that you can have the widest overview possible on the trends underway. All the presentations will be then collected, summarized, and provided to all. So I would invite all the people who are following us remotely to communicate also by email. You have the official email of this workshop so that we can read the various emails at the end of the meeting. Not only architects are going to sit beside me, but also public administrators and people involved at many levels in the built environment, with institutional roles or private roles, so that we can go beyond the restricted limits of mere architecture. So in this first session, we are going to talk about the spaces of work, the workspaces, the places where products are manufactured. We'll have one remote intervention by remote speech by Bettina Magistretti, who works in the firm that designed the facility that hosts us today. Then here with us in person, we have Massimo Magnani representing the municipality of Reggio Emilia, please. Franco Tagliabue Volonté, representing the IF Design firm, and Aldo Di Chio from the Studio Vulcanica. Since we're already running late by a few minutes, I remind all the speakers that they have 7 to 8 minutes available for their relevant speeches. And then I'll inform you as soon as your time is over. I hope that technology assists us. I think we are connected with Bettina Magistretti, whom I welcome. Good morning, everybody. Can you please allow me to share the screen? This presentation describes the M9 project, the location that is hosting you today. I will introduce you to the origins and the context of the project, and the second part of my presentation describes in detail the M9 project, more on the concept of it, on the project of urban regeneration rather than on the actual architecture of the project, although the two aspects cannot be separated. The location of the M9 Museum was developed by the Fondazione Venezia, and the foundation chose the area of Mestre because it offered a lot, because there is a difference and a gap between the number of cultural spaces offered in Venice, downtown Venice, historical center of Venice, and less cultural areas offered in mainland Venice, Mestre. Mestre used to be a fortress, an area of fortresses that defended Venice. South of Piazza Ferretto, there was a hub for freight transportation, and it was crossed by various canals, which were then filled with land in order to favor the road transportation of freight and the industrial development of Mestre. By the end of the 1990s, the city center of Mestre had already been improved by redeveloping the area of Piazza Ferretto, and the convent and military buildings nearby that had been abandoned until then. This image shows you how this area looked before the M9 competition was launched. The aim was to return an important area of the city center was to propose a new cultural area to the city center in mainland Venice. That is an excellent example of the changes brought about by the past century. One of the main concerns during the call was to create permeability among the various areas in the north-south direction through the convent and in the east to west direction. The Zarbroch-Hatton firm proposed the creation of a path that would move from the old area represented by the convent to the more recent part built in the past century. Under the public square, there are car parks and warehouses and depots. The diagonal path is a visual path that focuses the sight towards the convent. The cloister was once isolated and neglected. Now instead it plays a central role as a connection between the old town and the new town, a location where the social, political and economic, recreational and cultural lives of Mestre fuse in a public space. Concerts, shows, exhibitions, programs, events for children, and many, many more are provided here. And there we come to the main aim of the project and to the way it was proposed during the Biennale di Architettura in 2009. We proposed a culturally sustainable project, a free space, a place where you can be, where you can meet, where you can communicate, exchange physical sensations in a more and more complex place. It is the aim of creating the third space that is neither fully public nor fully private. The whole external area of the M9 can be seen as an urban carpet. Only some areas, the stairs, for example, are the transition areas between the outer space and the inner space. One of the main changes that have characterized the moving images is epitomized by the stairs. The M9 Museum is unlike the museums in the historical center of Venice. It is not a museum of works of art. It does not exhibit unique works of art, but it contains the digital archives from the whole world to explain the past and understand the future. The largest area of the digital exhibition can be updated constantly, and it is developed on 2 levels, while the temporary exhibition area is at the last is located at the last floor. M9 is more than a museum. It is a whole district, one part of the town that was long left far from the city, isolated from the city. It now enters the city life fully by hosting also shops, services, and other businesses. And as such, it stimulates new activities. Inclusive, beautiful, sustainable are the words of the new Bauhaus. Then we have multiplicity, sustainability, inclusion are new terms. The M9 project provides various sizes, various dimensions, various dimensions that characterize the city, that modulate the volume of the M9 museum. It favors social, cultural, economic, and energy sustainability, because the project has 60 probes to create a geothermal field, and through the geothermal energy it produces most of its energy requirement. Thank you. Thank you very much. Your presentation was full of interesting suggestions and ideas, and I hope we have the opportunity to discuss about it. Now we move from Mestre to Reggio Emilia to hear about the area of the mechanical workshops, Officine Meccaniche Reggiane, that is mechanical workshops. The historical memory of this initiative of regeneration and redevelopment. I'm one of the co-actuators of it. To the left, you see the historical center, downtown Reggio Emilia, the historical center. An industrial area of 30 hectares. To the right, center right, that was developed built at the beginning of the 1930s and of the last century, 1900s, and it was the largest factory in Reggio Emilia. At that time, 40,000 inhabitants lived in Reggio Emilia and 15,000 people were employed in this factory. So practically every family had a family member working for this factory. A factory that was the source of the model of the region of Emilia, the industrial model of the region of Emilia. So this area is deeply felt also in cultural and industrial terms. But at a given time, there was an economic crisis and the factory had to lay off its employees and workers. So various solutions were proposed. There was a period of economic crisis, so we had no opportunity to build new houses, to fell everything down and build something new. So we developed, we had an architect who developed a vision of the city. we wanted to have a leader that could develop a vision and build a governance for the whole territory around this vision. No urban regeneration project can work without a leader. In this case, the then mayor of Reggio Emilia, Graziano Del Rio, took upon himself the task of gradually transform the model of the Emilia area into a new model of knowledge. Given the vision, having built a governance model, we established a company, Reggiane SPA, that was a company for urban transformation. I'm the director of this company. It implemented a strategic planning for the whole city, and we decided to create a humanistic and technological park. Very close to this area, we have the Reggio Children Center, so an educational hub. So on the one hand, we had a cultural approach to the development of the city. On the other hand, a technological approach. Probably this is the only example where scientific and human-centered culture try to meet technology. What is the prototype? It was too large an area to be dealt with simultaneously, all of the areas at the same time. Either we found a very large and powerful company, or we had to go on one shed at a time, one building at a time. So we decided to preserve the memory of the buildings and renovate these buildings with a tailor-made approach, depending on the client for each building. Then we proposed a specific design. This is a picture of the technical hub for the University of Reggio Emilia. The same approach we had for the building, we applied to the outer space. Then we moved to reshaping the urban project. The urban project adopted a 3D modeling in order to define uses, spaces, and so on. Through the urban project, we were able to design public spaces, buildings, and through this activity, we got to the maquette, to the final plastic, and to defining the final rendering. When an industrial area is being regenerated, we always think of its past and its future, but we had to think of its present. This area was an abandoned area where many writers and street artists came to perform their art. So, as you saw from some of the previous pictures, we tried not to demolish the works of art of these writers. So we emptied one building at a time, we renovated it, we restored its indoor according to the requirements of the future user, and that's the final outcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this presentation. I think that we will have further issues to be discussed in a while. Architect Tagliabue is asking, no, he's asking nothing, okay. Let's go to the Lombardy region, Erba, another really interesting experience of the Onlus Noi Voi Loro. And Franco Tagliabue Volonté from the If Design Studio will tell us what this is all about. Good morning. The laboratories belong to two buildings in a master plan, which is in an abandoned area in an industrial department in the area of Brianza in the Lombardy region that we were started to build 12 years ago, approximately. On behalf of an association dealing with people with disabilities, which is called Noi Voi Loro. The concept of this is really interesting, and for some, in some way, is considering these as a different point of view. So it moves out from the concept that we must help people with disabilities. Of course, we have to do it. It is fair and beautiful to do it. However, these people can give and give so much back to the community. And this is the main architectural principle which is basing our my speech, so that these difficulty may be transformed into something positive. The main difficulty is an economic difficulty, because normally they do not have any economic funding. This is the reason why 80% of the activities are side activities, generated for creating income and fundings. So not corresponding to the main assistance to people with disabilities. So these changed the main principle. They didn't receive anything from the public sector. Actually, they gave so much back to this sector. We have so many people participating in this activity. We have the integration of these contexts. We have relationships with the industrial context. So we have the canteen of people working there, the laboratory working as tertiary system for industries, and also in the spaces hosting the activities. Beautiful things happen there, also curious thing in this center. Associations which are normally living some conflicts, such as anima activists or some other associations, such as the Alpine Club associations or other associations, were hosted there. We also had some religious ceremonies there, and this is not something that we normally see. We also had funerals, for instance, or weddings or some other religious ceremonies in the spaces of the territory. And this corresponds to an architectural idea where these activities do not have their own space, so sometimes they are obliged to live together. This concept of integration, which from my point of view means that it is like typological decay. We are presenting some spaces which are not suitable for the activity which is hosted. This is something different with reference to the normal activities. This is the master. This is what we are looking at very quickly. So we have the principle of transforming a difficulty into an opportunity. And we must invest, and we must have new ideas. So very often we are controlling and leading our profession with automatic and automated controls. The cost for this building is are quite low. You can see the cubic meters here, 939 euros per square meter. We have some spaces for the daily life of people having activities there. This educational center where we have all of these laboratories, for instance, art laboratories or IT lab or kitchen, writing labs, and so on and so forth, which are having a space there. This is also the stage of the theater that we have in this building. So working with the raw materials here is a principle of poverty sometimes, but actually these also develop some new ideas. This is something that we use for our building. This is the main area of the laboratory, representing the whole character of our intervention. The cost is quite low. It is made of fiberglass rings where we can see the structure beneath. Then we have external spaces which are very simple, very neutral, working spaces in this case. But every now and then these colored images can enter the area. Then we have the main square before the entrance in a sustainable material, which is a natural material. The whole building was thought and designed and also built through the participation of the guys working in the center. So, for instance, we had them for working on these benches. And finally, we also have the image of the main facade, which is showing this lighting system. Then we have these junction boxes, which are the main system of the building. So, however, without them, we wouldn't be able to design that face and that facade. So we work with them. And the most interesting thing is that these drawings represent some cognitive issues that they have, some cognitive disorders. So this is why they sometimes are affected by obsessive disorders and compulsive disorders. And so this is what we draw under the facade of these building. And so it is created with some poor materials. Thank you so much. Thank you. I think that the table is adding so much. We already have a program for a long day about these topics. Let's add another element. We have an experience coming from the region of Campania, Naples, 69, Brin 69. Let me give the floor to Architect Di Chio. I would like to bring all of you to Naples in 8 minutes. I want to show you these images. We are living in an area which is under one of the most dangerous volcans in the world. But I have to, let's say, dismantle a series of biases that we have on our cities, on our city, the city of Naples. The first one is that it is that we are living in a volcano. This is not true. The black area is the free area that we have. So we have a lot of room. We had a lot of space. We can build, we can design our territory, but we cannot make any mistake in such a beautiful city. However, we have a beautiful city, Naples is a beautiful, is an exceptional city. It is a word. It is a whole word. However, if we do not have a good design, we will have a corpse of our city. We will not have live cities. We will suicide. What did we do? Well, we have 5,000 square meters of buildings, very young architects in Italy. Of course, we will terrified because it is a huge building. It is an ancient industrial building for the production of innovative services. We worked on this building. And of course, we had to work with the superintendents. However, we had the relationships with other people as well. We tried to transform this industrial area, which is in the most beautiful part of Naples, where nature was so strong, is so strong. So somehow nature is having a new life in this building. Today, this is how it is. It is a garden in on the second floor. It is our horizontal sky. We have the green, we have water. There's water entering, water coming in, and the light coming in, and the wind as well. So it is beautiful. We have an external space which was so precious during the pandemic, because those people working in this space could go outside, remaining in the building. So it was like an outdoor space inside. So this is where the wind comes in. It is a contribution of this reaction, which is actually corresponding to a huge energy saving. The energy goes up and the air remains fresh and cool, and this is also thanks to the water on the second floor. It is 150-meter long. We have the possibility to walk or run around this area. So it is a beautiful area, a very long area. These are the inner spaces in the link to the open space that I was showing before. This is an image of the pool collecting water. We wanted it to be as a water against fires. Unfortunately, this was not possible because of a set of regulations. However, this is also good for cooling activities, let's say. This is a beautiful garden. We have these beautiful trees. These are trees which were there already, and they're so tall, and they are spreading light all over the area in an amazing way. This is the land. There's 1.20 meters where trees were put. Then there's a hole here, as you can see, with these huge systems, underground systems, which is useful for keeping a constant temperature. So this is good for saving energy once again, because to us, energy saving is fundamental. This is the garden. This is a brief video. Probably we don't have any time left. We have some private parking lots in the building, thanks to an architect who helped us. Then we have bridges, some other images, the 3D outside, also for the outside, it is that long that the perception is different. There's also social value because that area was really complicated. The first pictures we took were difficult, and today this is a really pleasant place. There was a video, but I will not let you watch the video. So this is not for bringing something active, but this is to have people gather. These are beautiful images. We are all from Naples, architects, workers, and we can do that in a difficult city as our city. So we can do that in Naples as well. It is a complicated place, but we can do it, and we have all the possible conditions to have this new contemporary chapter, which is lacking that chapter, and it is a serious thing. We are living in a fantastic place, full of guys, young people coming from abroad, and this is not an easy thing. It is a satisfaction, I would say, for us all, because it is an operation that I do not want to call as regeneration. It is like the most difficult area which was possible to be released and liberated thanks to the architecture and thanks to our work. These are the guys in University of London who came there recently, the garden, the water, and we, Marina, Eduardo, and this is me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for keeping the right timing. Thank you. I think that we can start our discussion. These are the rules today, so please make an effort. Well, you made an effort for keeping your presentation short. However, we have, let's say, 40 minutes for discussing about what we have said. And maybe we can have also some cross-border visions, keeping different experiences together. We are maybe writing some questions down. We will need a microphone for sure. We already have some questions from the email. So let me ask 4 questions first of all, connected to these cases, very specific cases, high quality cases, and they have also some common elements. One case which was really clear is relationship with the context in various ways. So these are all projects starting from something existing and having a reaction after. Sometimes they are having an opposing reaction, a radical transformation, and sometimes the revolutions are gentle and kind, let's say, and soft. So sometimes it is like customizing everything, is like sewing all together all the elements of this approach. A second topic is has emerged in 2 cases specifically, but I think that this may be extended to some other cases as well. It is about a method. We have said that in Reggio there was a plan, but actually the plan was changed, and probably this was good. It was good that we acted in a different way. In Erba, instead, in the city of Erba, we said that the typological installation was not that clear. So probably these allows for a huge number of events and activities which may be developed in those areas. Then there's another topic you highlighted, which is about a series of elements which are, let's say, sustainable, generally speaking. This is an attention that we can acknowledge with different views, and we can see it in all of your projects. I don't know if you want to say something more about these three topics. And then I will read questions coming from our participants, and then we will have some other questions as well coming from our audience from Berlin as well. We can have some insights. Okay, as for the first topic, which is sewing together back, we find the beauty of Mestre in these collage composition of buildings, little buildings that you can see when you go out from the museum immediately after the square. And there are also some big structures such as residential or buildings or bureaus, and this is quite clear from the terrace on the third floor. It is like a beautiful image. And we were requiring a huge volume, and we had to divide the volumes with the appending facade, and this composition wants to create a dialogue between these various dimensions without hiding them. Instead, bringing all of these in a continuous urban space, and the same goes for the colors of the facade, which is reinterpreting the colors of the city of Mestre in a camouflage which is naturally included in the context. So this is to add something about sewing, about the first topic. Somebody else? Yes, I would like to say that to us, sewing, let's say, means something different. I mean, our activity belongs to a functioning area, industrial area, working with people coming in, working and then leaving the area. And so to us, this was quite the opposite. I mean, we had to divide these areas to be able to generate relationships. And then what about the second topic, the typological topic? Well, this is fundamental to us if we want to work on this topic. I mean, the topic of the co-living. We understand that the economic crisis also concerning our job was connected to a literal response to the protocols, also in the name of good principles such as the principle of sustainability. However, these brought towards rethinking of some new expensive spaces that people could not afford. They could only afford that with very low rates. So this is why we had a crisis also in the real estate industry here in Italy, but also in Spain. So these Class A buildings were very good, but impossible to afford, let's say, from an economic point of view. So thinking about it with these, co-living experience is necessary, first of all, from an economic point of view, and also because we thought that this is helpful in terms of integration, the generation of these perfect spaces. Otherwise, it wouldn't be used from people. Vuoi andare tu?
I wonder whether there's any other observations. Well, in this unusual city that I took you to in a few minutes, all things must be developed in a different way. Do you remember when we used to say, to repeat the slogan, "I'm staying home," during the COVID pandemics? In Naples, many people had to say, "I'm staying in my flat that is built partly underground, the basso, the low houses." So here we need to look for sustainability, for a balance that has not been achieved yet. And in Naples, we have to work on that. We have to achieve something that is harder to achieve when compared to other cities. In Naples, we have water, we have winter, we have sun. And within our profession, we need to focus on how to turn dreams into reality. On the contrary, in Naples, we need to cater for the requirements of people. And that's not typical of Naples only. So we need to work on the concept of sustainability, which doesn't mean making good projects only. It doesn't mean that a sustainable project is a good project only. There's much more to that. Now let me give the floor to Massimo Magnani, representing the town of Reggio Emilia, because we have received a question by email regarding rules and practices. The question is, you're talking about urban regeneration. I do hope that you're going to talk about the planner, the role of the planner in public administrations. And since you work in a public administration, maybe you are the best person to reply to this question. It is a provocative question indeed. When we come to urban regeneration, or to the wider scope of a project, or the wider field of application of a project, when we're talking about the field, we mean a battlefield, not a playground. So the wider field of application of a project involves several competencies and skills. that cannot be all represented by the single planner, because the world is going elsewhere. So we need multiple skills, multiple minds, multiple points of view, not necessarily connected to planning. We can't get out of the loop unless we are aware of it and we find a way to get out of it. So the key here is not the planner, but the client. The client is the entity that can protect the architect, that can protect the planner, focusing straightly on the target, on the objective of the project. It is important for public administrations to understand that they need new professionals that are able to manage complex projects. The project-making ability must be bought outside the municipal building. Public administrations go slow because they want to deal with topics they are unable to develop, they are unable to tackle. Because municipalities must meet a number of requirements, legal requirements, rules, standards, and so on. The planner is one of the players in this complex project. The code of calls for tender is already changing in such a way as to invite public administrations, municipalities, to identify an entity or a person who is able to manage the whole project, while the municipality or the public administration must be able to, or must be given the freedom and the power to establish a team that is skilled enough to manage a whole complex project. I don't know, maybe there's questions from the people in the audience here with us. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I'm gonna wait for a couple of minutes here. Okay. So since there's no questions, or we leave you the opportunity to think whether you have any questions to ask in the future. So I would thank Mrs. Magistretti, Architect Magistretti from Berlin, and all the other participants to this round table who have contributed interesting considerations for the Council of Architects. And we're gonna start again in 5 minutes. Well then, here starts the second round table. We have 3 speeches by architects present and 3 speeches remotely delivered. Earlier, we have analyzed 4 cases of buildings that have already been opened to the public, while now we are going to analyze works that are still underway that are characterized by different strategies, different contexts and settings, different social backgrounds, and different strategies. The first speaker is Gianfranco Minotti, to my left, the Director of the Technical Coordination and Deputy General Director of the Institute for Social Housing of the Autonomous Province of Bolzano, from Naples to Bozen. In a few minutes, then, I will introduce before you a European project that the city of Bolzano has taken part to, together with the city of Innsbruck in Austria, while 5 more European cities have played the role as observers in order to implement the same experience in the future in those cities, and they have given their contribution, theoretical contribution. This project had 2 main goals: to implement the energy recovery of over 100,000 square meters of housing in Bozen, in the municipality of Bolzano, in the city of Innsbruck. By enhancing resort to renewable sources of energy by 20%. Of course, I will focus only on the housing part of this project, which, however, included 2 more phases. One was the remote heating system in the city of Bozen, and the installation of a number of totems of information panels in the city of Bozen to improve traffic flows. We, as IPES, chose 3 buildings that had been built in different ages, one in the 1960s, one in the 70s, and the third one in the 80s, to show that these energy redevelopment or energy upgrading interventions are feasible on most buildings. The typical energy upgrading intervention was sided also by the upgrading of the architecture and of the functions played by the buildings. The aim of these projects was to match energy upgrading solutions with architecture renovation and the upgrading of the quality of life of the inhabitants, going well beyond the initial target. All the project choices that were made resulted from design competitions, because we believe that calls for projects are the best tool to implement these energy upgrading projects. So, energy redevelopment, energy upgrading projects on the urban scale is the scope of this project. And these two interventions were implemented in the municipality of Bozen. We used highly performing materials in terms of energy performance. Rocket wool, replacement of windows and window frames. So before the intervention, the consumption of the building was 206, energy requirement of the building was 264 kilowatt hour per square meter per year. It went down to 26. We also inserted new terraces and lifts. This is another building dating back to the 1980s in the municipality of Bozen. Similar energy performances. We have installed a prefabricated multifunction facade. That's another picture of this facade. These are instead public buildings, social housing buildings. And we mostly wanted to improve the facade that had been characterized by large flower pots that prevented people from enjoying the view from the balconies. And we decided to improve the usability of the gardens. We connected this building to the remote heating system for the city of Bolzano. So we eliminated the boilers in the various floors, in the various flats. This is the energy performance certification we received at the end of the project. And we were very happy of the new facades that were applied onto the old facade. The inhabitants remained inside the buildings, and this is another important element to remember. The largest project is this one, a building built at the end of the 1970s, 106 flats, to which we added 10 flats. We added a facade, we improved the stairs. And that's the maximum we could do while leaving families inside. So we did all these changes, improvements with 100 families living inside the building. We had to demolish a lot. Imagine the roof made of concrete that was demolished piece by piece. We worked on all the stair shafts. We had to update the lifts and change the lift shafts. So we had to stop one lift at a time. On the new roof, we installed photovoltaic cells. we have a photovoltaic, a solar, a sunlight, a photovoltaic facade to the south, as you can see in this picture. We have installed 2 tanks with a capacity of 22 cubic meters each to store the hot water that is being generated with these heat installations. And that's the monitoring system we have to follow in the incoming years. In 40% of the flats, we have installed some consumption sensors, humidity and temperature sensors, and sensors that detect the quality of air. And these data are sent to a project partner. On the tablets, we could see how much the flats were consuming, what the quality of the air inside the flats was. And so that was very useful to understand the consumptions, the energy consumptions in the buildings, in the various flats. This building dates back to the 1960s, and we introduced 2 peculiarities. Every flat had its own boiler. We eliminated that and connected the whole building to the remote heating system. We worked on the architectural side in order to change the architectural language of the building by adding prefab elements, which we installed on pre-existing windows. And these prefab elements contain the windows, the shades, and controlled mechanical ventilation. They were applied onto the existing windows, achieving a double-fold benefit. All the changes were made externally, so people living in those flats suffered very little nuisance. And the final aesthetic effect is great indeed. An architectural firm of Reggio Emilia, from Reggio Emilia, won this call for tender. The works lasted for a couple of years. And the true benefit was in terms of the change of attitude on the part of the people living in that building. The fact that now they live in a building that has been fully regenerated, not only technically, but also aesthetically, infused a new trust and raised the awareness of people about the importance of respecting the place where one lives. So this intervention underlines the importance of energy and architectural upgrading and functional upgrading, of course. Thank you so much. Some issues are starting to emerge during this roundtable, particularly energy efficiency and the sharing of good practices and of the processes that stimulate such practices. if he's connected with us, I would welcome architect Francesco Aimonino, who takes us to Rome, to a very famous building. Now we have just talked about an anonymous form of architecture, while now instead we move to a famous building. Manfredo Tafuri was one of the four representatives of Italian research in architecture in the 1960s. I'm talking about the Corviale building in Rome that has long been undergoing a major renovation project. Thank you so much for inviting me to this discussion. I had little time to prepare my speech, so we'll straight away go into showing you a summary of this program, this urban regeneration program applied to the Corviale. The program was started a long time ago with the involvement of several associations on the territory, the first being Corviale Domani, that is Corviale Tomorrow. On May the 19th this year, a memorandum of understanding was signed by 70 participants, 70 entities, with the regional government of Lazio and with the Association of Social Housing of the Lazio region. Plus several local associations. Following the signing of this Memorandum of Understanding, an urban redevelopment, an urban upgrading project has been launched. That's the Corviale Master Plan with objectives, methods, sites, building sites and activities. It summarizes a number of projects that are summed up in this master plan. Such master plan having a methodological approach, so from this document, I have highlighted some sentences. Here, the document mentions the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, then 6 main fields of action called sites have been identified, and for every site, the following elements must be specified: costs, funds, implementation times, and so on. Then a diagram was created that sums up the various areas of intervention and the fields of action for every individual project. And these areas of action are listed as building interventions, energy efficiency building, safety, the environment, socio-cultural interventions, mobility, connectivity, and digitization. Undoubtedly, this is one of the largest urban upgrading projects in Italy. At present, 2 large urban upgrading projects are underway already. The Chilometro Verde, the Green Kilometer, is one of such projects. There is the transformation of the 4th floor of this building. The area that the first design firm designed as an area where various activities could be performed on the part of all the inhabitants of the building. So providing small services, organizing small shops, or meeting for cultural events and so on. That project never started. Therefore, that floor was illegally occupied by people who lived there illegally, and so now it is being slowly renovated. Then Rigenerare Corviale, that is upgrading Corviale, is another project that is underway, following a call for tender proposed by the municipality of Rome. Initially, the whole building, that is a very large building, had only 5 condominium stairs. Now the new project foresees creating 40 stairs to access the various flats. As for point number 2, energy efficiency, an agreement has already been signed with NLX. And Corviale is not the only social housing building, social housing condominium that is being involved in the energy efficiency project. The roof will be turned into a green roof, hosting orchards and green areas. As for safety, this means that an area, a post for the police will be created, or for safety services. Security services. It's not safety, it's security. The environment. The Corviale rises in an area that is close to the countryside, so it will favor various agricultural activities, socio-cultural interventions. Point number 5, that's the most outstanding, most remarkable part of this project. To be implemented by the local associations. They are establishing a cooperative in order to manage and organize a number of cultural activities. So far, the municipality of Rome has very little participated in these initiatives. We hope that with the new administration, the municipality of Rome will have a stronger presence with us. Mobility, connectivity, or networking and digitalization. That's an agreement made to provide the whole condominium with optic fiber. The energy power unit, the power unit of this condominium is the largest in Europe. for social housing. And there's a number of cavidiums that give the opportunity to connect the various flats to a new system of energy control. What is important, of course, is to identify the governance of this master plan. Among the entities that have signed the memorandum of understanding in order to create an operating mission group, a support group, and a permanent forum to monitor the development of the project. Which is mandatory in order to make sure that the various initiatives within this huge project are implemented. We have also asked for a detailed picture of the social composition of the neighborhood so that we can better understand the needs of the inhabitants of the area. And following this, in cooperation with the social services, we can create a proximity plan to support the local population. Communication, of course, will be necessary and mandatory, rather. Communication must be internal among the project participants, and service communication to implement the project, and directed outwards in order to depict the image of the Corviale and talk about the Corviale to the rest of the city. Because Corviale is very important since it is the last largest building, social housing building made in the 1970s in the great area of social housing. 35 million euro was allocated for energy upgrading of the building, energy efficiency. Today, Corviale is inhabited by less than half of the people foreseen when Corviale was designed, because at that time in the 1970s, households were much more numerous, had more members. So now the need has emerged to fraction the flats, to create smaller flats. So on the fourth floor, smaller flats are being created where the families, smaller households living in very large flats will be little by little moved, and then we can start by fractioning the larger flats. And this, you can well imagine, would give a boost to meeting the demand, the huge demand for public housing, social housing on the part of the people living in Rome. So we could meet this requirement by upgrading and renovating what already exists among the built environment. Let me just show you these cards, these graphs, for you to understand that the project is very complex indeed, and it is being developed with a very practical approach. For every activity, we have the activity description, the cost, the funds allocated, the deadlines the complexity and the person in charge, or the subject in charge. Then the social cultural initiatives that have already been defined and listed in this table. Costs have not been defined yet. And finally, the same table applies to connectivity and digitalization. These slides sum up the works undertaken on the ground floor. A new square will be created, the pink one you can see here, in order to lead the flow of people towards the park. The time frame for the implementation of the project, that's the 4th floor, which is already been renovated. That's the final slide. And I think I can stop here. And thank you for listening to me. Thank you. Thank you. Of course, I think we will go back to your project and at the end of all the presentations during this roundtable.
Now I would like to give the floor to architect Lillo Gilla, who will talk about the experience of Favara. Thank you so much for being here. We cannot hear him, unfortunately. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me now? Yes, we can. Good morning. Thank you so much for inviting me. Today I will tell you a beautiful story, which is the story of Favara, the story of the cultural park. This is not the usual story of the urban regeneration of modern cities. However, it is a 10-year story of a cultural center which became a new urban paradigm. Let me show you my presentation by sharing my screen. Can you see it? Yes, we can. So I will speak about this city, the city of Favara. It is a city where it was possible to work in terms of urban regeneration. It is a city of 640 inhabitants, close to the city of Agrigento and linked with one of the main streets between Agrigento and Caltanissetta, going towards Porto Empedocle, with urban core of approximately 150,000 inhabitants. This is the old town, the territory of Agrigento on the left, which is one of the main Sicilian provinces. And then here we have some pictures of our city. On the right you can see some images about the old town, and this is a specific image that I would like to show you. And I care about it because this is our typical cake, which is the Easter lamb. And we have pistachio inside, covered with almond. And I would like to show you because until 10 years ago, we only mentioned Favara because it was the city of the Easter lamb cake, not for anything else. These are some images to show you some abandoned buildings. We are in the core of the old town. This was the situation after the war. These are urban voids provoked by abandoned situations. Let me show you some other images as well. And this is the situation today of the whole town of our city. This is a map taken for the city of Favara. We have the old town in red in the center, where we have some indicators which until 50 years ago the number of inhabitants was 50,000. Today we know that we have no more than 3,000 inhabitants there, and this is a clear data for the level of abandonment of the old town. So today we have a new city which can have up to 33,000 inhabitants. And today this is the current situation. These are the new, these are some buildings which were built for families and kids, and very often we have the culture of unfinished buildings. In 2010, something bad happens in this city because overnight there's a collapse of a building in the old town where a family was living and 2 kids die, unfortunately. So since then, since 2010, we had the idea of renovating the city of Favara by redrawing and redesigning this city. So we started from the old town, which was impoverished, let's say, over the time, with some empty spaces and abandoned areas and huge buildings. So Favara answered with reusing, with the reuse of the needs of a society which is continuously changing. So the ruins become new urban spaces, and the ancient becomes something new. So in this case, we had the idea of creating an independent cultural center. And the keywords here are beauty, revolution, culture, reuse, contagion, sustainability, and regeneration. So basically, the main idea is to bring Favara as the example of some of the best places in the world. So this is a continuous regeneration that we are implementing. The project is actually transforming one of the most neglected areas of the city of Favara into an open area by changing the collective mindset. And of course, one of the main protagonists of our project are the elderly living there. This is not something simple. It has to do with art, with architecture, with people living in the city. This place is a place that makes you happy. It's a place which generates beauty and happiness. These are some images where we had old houses which became locations of B&Bs or some other areas. There are art exhibitions from all over the world, clean courtyards and gardens. We have exhibitions there, performances, workshops, and so on. So these images are included in this project of urban regeneration, and then in the end everything is translated into a museum of people, because we are people. We are designing with people and not for people. Charles Landry went to Favara several times, and he said that this place has a visionary atmosphere. It brings you up day by day. You feel like you're one thing with yourself and the whole city, offering a high element of experience because of its beauty. So our project is 7 courtyard projects where we have owners also buying some different houses. So we are discussing about the main idea. So this is about regenerated some buildings. We also have a new idea for some houses for artists. We have several projects for this Farm Cultural Park initiative. We have, for example, Human Forest, which is an experimental project of an abandoned building. It is the first step towards the forestation of the architecture. Then we have the OPP Festival, which is a festival of architecture. So every year we have this festival, and we had it last year as well. So at the forefront, there is architecture as a social catalyst through the participation of architects, landscape experts, and some other designers coming to Favara. Then we have the OPP Festival and the architecture, the South Italy Architecture Festival. So now we are having the second edition of Countless City, where we involve photographers, artists, architects. We listen to their experiences. Then we have the Prime Minister Initiative, which is a school for young women between 13 and 19 years of age. These are some images I would like to show you about what we normally do in our city. And then we have maybe the biggest project that we are working on, which is the SOU, the first school of architecture for kids. I am the director of this school from this year. And we have our kids, and we want them to be used to creativity, freedom of thought, and then we want them to feel that the impossible may become possible. And this is actually what is going on in Favara. This also included the participation of many young people and associations, regenerating abandoned spaces, creating new areas and flats, and through the involvement of people and the elderly especially, we were able to create these projects. These are some images of the events that we normally have in our city. And then finally, one of the main project, I would say the main project that we have is the Favara Factor, because it is a low-cost cultural initiative, and in the city of Favara, in a few-year period after the urban regeneration of the Farm Cultural Park, we had some different projects as well. So we have, for example, the projects of Quid Vicolo Luna or Piazza Cavour, one of the main squares of our city. So we have so many projects of regeneration, and then within this image, through these images, you can see the old town where we have the urban spaces involved in our projects. So the architecture becomes the real protagonist, becomes something which generates trust in our city. The good architecture belongs to changes, is telling stories. So a city is much more beautiful, and wishes may be carried out so that dreams come true. These are some other images. Some of our projects were published in newspapers all over the world. Alba Palace is another project that we had in our city, having an international view. Then we have the Quid Vicolo Luna in Favara, where we are working on the whole old town of the city. We bought this entire area with a bit less than 50,000 euros, and I was able to renovate this area, giving it back to the inhabitants of my city. Then we have a restaurant there. We have 10 people working there, so we generated a system, a working system. We have an architecture studio, we have a B&B, and also we have some other activities carried out there. Then we have the Belmonte Hotel, which is another contemporary project. And then let me show you some other images as well. We have some other images such as Passata Rage or Ziggy Zaggy, Casa Farace, sorry. We have new urban spaces which are transforming our city. Then we have Palazzo Michiche, this palace. Let me show you the forest of this area which was going to collapse. And then finally, and I will conclude, we have created SPAB, which is an SPA company, and we identify three main resources so that this city may continue to carry out this process. So the main purpose is to support this project of the city. And the main purpose is about good actions. This is a utopic project, maybe. However, we collected more than several hundreds of euros, so our idea is to invest in our city, working with the same method that we also used in the past. Then we are designing our city for the next 30 years because we want our kids to live in a better place, in a much more beautiful place. And I've concluded. Thank you so much. Ho fatto uno solo, faccio. Okay, then at the end we'll have a Q&A session. Let's stay there. We're in the same region, the region of Sicily. We have the experiences of another milestone of architecture, the residential architecture specifically. Between the 60s and the 70s, the Quartiere Zen, the Zen neighborhood in Palermo, which is the object of another process of upgrading, and architect Lasita will discuss about it. Good morning, everyone. I'm Flora Lasita, and I speak on behalf of a multidisciplinary group which has been active for a very long period. Today I will present the results of two main projects which were financed both from Unibact. Zen Grado Zero, 0 degree, is the first project about creating spaces in the neighborhood, awarded with the Creativity Living Lab Award. And then we have a second project for the future of our schools. We are in this neighborhood. Here you see an ongoing project in this slide, which is the project of the so-called Officine Zen, which is occupying one part, and it is linked to the school Leonardo Sciascia. I wanted to show you this slide to let you understand the size of this neighborhood on the urban form of the city. What you see on the left or right, I don't know what you are watching. However, in black, you have the area of the old town, the Zen neighborhood, north direction, is the one in yellow. So you see that this size is so big. This is to show you, this is to let you understand what we are talking about. Zen 1 and Zen 2, two different, let's say, neighborhoods having a strong, very strong identity, and very often an excess of, let's say, stereotypes. Let these projects, beyond the issue of urban regeneration, work on dismantling stereotypes. So, let's start with the practices. The practice of self-construction of elements. Here, this is an activity which is called Azione Zen, Zen Action, which is about building a chair that we then used in an event, during an event in the Insula 3. But why? Why have we built a chair? We are entering the houses here, the houses of these neighborhood. So the project is the use that we have of the project itself. So we have a project signed by famous architects, Gregotti, Mitsui, Bisogni, Purini. They left a project which was not achieved. Let's not analyze why that project was abandoned. However, it would be very long and very complicated to do this. I will only say that the main responsibility and accountability is shared. So the project, in interlocution with the autonomous institution of Case Popolari, didn't have the direction coming from the winning group. And on that period, the administration in the city of Palermo was a mafia type of administration. So we had several causes, let's say, complex causes, which did not allow the project to be implemented and carried out until the end. However, today we are working on a project that was achieved by the residents. Let's not give any judgment. Let's see what this is all about. This is an unachieved project that the residents achieved. So we entered the houses and the residents achieved this project to let this be usable. We created a new method, and we call this method Zen Grado Zero, 0 degree. And there are some indicators. So very often in the analysis that we carried out, we saw that there were some spaces where the intended use was only to use them for a specific area. They were finally occupied illegally. So our purpose was to understand if these were the objects of abuses, let's say, or something else, or maybe they were improving something. So we asked ourselves some questions, because there were people living in 30 or 40 square meters, and it was impossible to keep the social distancing there. So we drafted and created some other aspects, such as abacus, for our inhabitants. So, for instance, we did some projects. The famous chair I was showing you at the beginning was to involve people to design chairs all together and build these chairs all together. And the topic was suggested by them because there was a lack of chairs in the courtyards, and the courtyards have people living there, so their viewpoint is a residential point of view. This is why we wanted to build something together, and this is the sensitivity of the architect, understanding something urgent and doing all of these together. We are in the structure of a school. These are teaching workshops, self-construction workshops, and the main goal is to work and create for the creation of public spaces. The project is a low-cost project. So first of all, we have the enterprise, then we have the active citizenship, and then we have the students. It is an essential project. We are in Palermo, in this city of Sicily. We have abandoned schools. It was only enough to open a gate, and then places not maybe sometimes unused because there was the lack of a step. So it was a project, non-project, let's say, only grasping, let's say, the main needs, and sometimes these needs are minimal. However, starting from these needs, they wanted to do something more. In this case, this becomes a playground. In the pre-pandemic phase, this was fundamental. So we understood the pressure and the need to use the external spaces of schools, which are important areas for bringing kids outside, but also for living education outside. Doing something simple and possible, so opening a gate, opening a neighborhood, and this is what regeneration means to us. So people then noticed that when we painted the facade of the workshops and put the title of Officine Zen to that place, people living there said, well, be careful because these may be stolen. And this is where we understood that people were interested in what was going on. So they understood that that place was a nice place and had to be kept safe. This is a workshop where inhabitants self-built, led by some experts. We have several associations involved. The Andal Association, first working with the Zen neighborhood for several projects. We have laboratories for food projects or textile projects, where people living there took some objects and built some different objects. We gave some names, of course, to the projects. This project is called Per fare un tavolo, so to create a table. It is something essential that we wanted to do. This is one of the latest Zen actions that we did within the courtyard of Officine Zen, by building some prototypes to bring the classroom, to bring kids outside. So every element is a toy, let's say. It is something kids may play with. So at the forefront, there is the person, then the human being. The object is versatile, so we have no classrooms, chairs, and tables. We have, for instance, elements on the ground, so every element becomes something to play with, as I was saying. Then we also started to give names to the insulae, so we saw that this area had 17 different insulae, and we lost the names. So we went back to the archives of the construction of this area, and we gave an identity to each insula of the neighborhood. So there's also a project of color for understanding what we had in the previous abacus that we identified in the past. So in this case, there was a lack for identity. This is why we wanted to use these code with the numbers and letters for bringing identity to the neighborhood. And then we have the products of the workshops. This is the view where we have residents self-binding what is lacking in the Zen neighborhood, and then they make business through a sustainable chain, being aware of what this is all about and bringing job activities and transforming through a bottom-up approach through experts, professionals, architects, urban experts, the whole administration. Everybody must be involved in such a project, nobody excluded. Also, the middle class city must be aware, because in this area we have an area where we have to work, and we can work. Thank you.
And now we are moving to Imperia. Then we will go back and have a debate on the issues you have raised. I think that architect Giuseppe Panebianco is connected with us, and he is going to describe to us the Switch project. Good morning. I apologize for not being with you. But anyway, thank you for inviting me nevertheless. I'm an architect, and I'm here as the former president of the role of architects of the province of Imperia to tell you about an experience that was acquired some years ago. The role of architects of the province of Imperia is a small one. It has around 400 members. And it decided to stress the importance of urban regeneration by means of a project designed by the architecture role itself in cooperation with the municipality, with the agency of the Sea Customs of Imperia and other local state organizations to launch an urban regeneration path to reuse an abandoned building. Okay, I took some time to share the screen. This building is a port warehouse built towards the mid 1900s. And our aim was to raise the awareness of society on economic, social, and cultural decay of some parts of the city. the architect's role tested new strategies by involving about 100 participants through a public call, workshops, meetings, over a period of 6 months, in order to develop different proposals for the reuse of this building. This initiative lasted about 2 years. I can't describe the whole process to you today, but I would like to focus on the targets set by the architect's role in order to stress the primary role of architects and the strategic role they ought to have in supporting the changes of urban spaces, in providing visions for a better future, and in proposing feasible solutions. We stemmed from some messages. First of all, we wanted to give a message of being operative and concrete. Not only conferences where we meet among ourselves, we needed to go outside, to tell things to people outside, and to provide answers to the requests we received about finding methods that can restore assets that may prove useful to the city. Then we wanted to mean that urban regeneration, urban upgrading can be done, but you need to change perspective. And then we wanted to start a cultural change, a cultural shift. So how could we do that? One option could be to ask to be given our authoritative role, so that we could prove what can be done and how it can be done. By matching different interests and creating networks of collective interests, we wanted to be the catalyzers and the interpreters of different stakeholders, and improve the knowledge, the competence, and the responsibility of all the people involved from the society, people and players. The tools: continuous training, because professional qualification must be material and connected to real needs. Temporary reuse as a lever to return to citizens the buildings that are unused, neglected, dismissed, and subsidiarity in order to establish a constructive dialogue with the public administration. We stemmed from two considerations. The issue of funding. Many say, well, you need money. We decided to stem from the idea that you needn't have millions and millions of euro to start urban regeneration projects, and you resort to temporary reuse as a lever to stimulate regeneration. And then not only you do not need to wait for money to be allocated, but having money is not enough to achieve the effectiveness of urban reuse projects. The process was quite long. Let me show you a 3-minute video that can convey the complexity of this project and of the involvement of every participant. So I'm asking Thank you. So that was a way to sum up a 2-year-long project, because I haven't the time to describe all the steps. But one thing that might be of interest to you is the outcome of this experience. That had several targets. The first target concerned the place. People understood the importance of regenerating or upgrading the buildings that are abandoned in town, offering them to the city for use. Today, an application for funding of the building in order to make some safety works. Then another target was to underline the importance of the role of architects, and we were able to focus attention on the role of architects as a profession that supports the city. Because we proved we are able to drive and implement change. Finally, we had a positive outcome in the relation with citizens, because we think we gave them the real opportunity to create a new community based on the sense of responsibility. Because we asked them not only to exchange ideas, but also to become involved in the implementation of some ideas. So around Switch, a new community has been formed around the Switch. Finally, with the public administrations, the architect's role has been able to regain its role as a reference profession, so that the regional government of Liguria is still asking for support to us, for example, in the upgrading of the historical center of the town of Sanremo. In order to achieve the best outcomes with the funds it has already allocated. So however complex the strategy could be, you need several operators and a good coordinator to achieve a good outcome. And so we're interested in replicating this experience and in replicating the method, which is what we aimed to achieve. Thank you so much. We're now about to conclude the second roundtable, going back to Naples. And then we will try to find some common threads among these 6 different experiences. Thank you so much. Thanks to CNA for this very interesting day of debate that gives us the opportunity to analyze in depth some issues that prove beneficial to placing architects back at the center of social changes. I would like to focus on my ability to comply with the 8-minute constraint and in identifying some basic elements of this approach. When we talk about a process today, we refer to an integrated strategy of urban transformation. A process is not merely an alternative to a project. The project must be a process. It has to focus on an idea of a project that must be seen as a family of different practices, a bundle of different practices that are implemented in a space, in the built space. The project I'm going to describe today was implemented in an important neighborhood in Naples. First of all, who are the subjects? Secondly, and the players. Secondly, we need to understand the strategic framework, then the institutional approach. Finally, timing. In the urban upgrading and regeneration of the former NATO area in Naples, an area that faces the widest plain of Bagnoli, an industrial area, the aim was to regenerating the city. When we talk about urban upgrading, we mean a highly integrated action that is not merely limited to the built environment, but it also has to cross and identify the necessary transformations for the local community. We worked in this neighborhood, a neighborhood that was built in the 1930s. Under a great project of welfare, urban welfare, under the fascist regime, aimed at the growth and the training of young people. Because schools, workshops, and physical activity areas were there. So it was an area designed to create the man of the modern era. This project actually never started because the opening of this, the official opening of this neighborhood coincided with the start of the Second World War, so it immediately turned into a military base. You can see a system of tunnels developed at the back of the main buildings that were used to escape, to run away during the bombings on Naples. After the Second World War, this was turned into the NATO headquarters, where from NATO organized and directed all the military interventions in the south of Europe. Francesco Silvestri designed this project in the 1930s. The shapes, the style are purely typical of that age. Religion with the church, then the theater and the buildings, the housings on the other side. So with an integration between buildings and also the landscape. The landscape was beautifully shaped also on the sides of the whole area with the sports courts. It has also been a movie set for famous movies, famous films. It then became a period of suffering, an area of suffering, an area where the refugees from former Yugoslavia were, the Italian refugees from Yugoslavia were welcomed and hosted, and then it was turned into a military base. We are basically working with people, with the interpretation of the requirements of the local community to regain, to gain hold again of this area, to get an area that can be accessed to and that gives access to the hill, the beautiful hill that rises right at the back of this area. What is the approach? We have a multi-scale approach. Not by changing the functions of every single building, but by understanding their function, understanding their role in space. So we have the east to west axle that is connected in its turn to all the green areas by means of transition areas, so that once regenerated, this area, this neighborhood can become a sort of hinge between the structured area of the city built in the 19th century and this new part towards the hill. We decided to have an inclusive approach by meeting people, associations, organizations, listening to their dreams and their requirements and needs. The practice of proactive approach is necessary to turn indications into project strategies, into space projects, so that communities are sort of self-building their own space. It is a way to achieve the configuration of a process that restores collective memory, so that people understand that that part of the town is a town that can be accessed to. It is a porous part of the city where you can access to, where you can be creative, an area that can change its functions depending on the requirements. The time. Time becomes a powerful tool in these projects. Time is a basic instrument. It can expand or shorten. And it keeps facing the uncertainties of the future. Time means temporary uses. It means that we have convinced the public administration to open this neighborhood well before the town planning scheme was completed, and this gave the opportunity to people to know that this project is underway. And an important tool in this project is the landscape, a system of gardens, the connection with the hill. This neighborhood becomes a sort of intermediate natural landscape between the built city and the natural hill. An area that invites people to reuse forgotten areas. we are building visions that speak a language of communication to people. And at present, Banco di Napoli, the foundation of the Banco di Napoli for Assistance to Childhood, a foundation that has been managing this neighborhood for many years now, has already rented some spaces, favored access to it. All the money gained by renting out the places are then reinvested in initiatives to support childhood. So you see, this is a contemporary garden. That favors the building of the future of people. In order to avoid building those planning grids that are very often unfeasible. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize I didn't introduce you. Michelangelo Russo, architect and urban expert and director of the Department of Architecture of the University of Naples, Federico II. Thank you so much for having introduced some keys in a summary, let's say, but these might be the right path for having some reflections, some insights coming. I don't know if there are some questions coming from our participants and guests. Let me try, after these discussions, to recap the concepts expressed, the layering specifically that you highlighted during your discussion, and the project that these continuous editing and layering has for better understanding the timing that we need. I think that your viewpoint may also be effective for defining the role of the designer that we have seen in several cases, which is a role that changes, and I think that this is a clear thing. It must enter a dialogue with several actors, with several stakeholders. I mean, users, but also institutional stakeholders, or several institutional stakeholders having a role, or municipalities, for instance, as we have seen in the case of Imperia. And of course, we must have these time horizons, as we may call them. You changed a bit the situation, so I'm not in my comfort zone at the moment. However, beyond jokes, the first question is for you all. If you want to tell something about the term that you would like to associate with the task of designers. We have seen competitions, we have seen bottom-up practices. Also in Favara, the architect is also self-entrepreneur. So we have some mechanisms which are virtuous mechanisms. And the question is a bit vague. I understand that. The element that the designer cannot forget, in general terms, of course, if you have to choose one term only, I don't know who's going to be first, our remote participants or the present ones. Architect Emonino. Yes, thank you. Well, first of all, I forgot to say that I was working on the Agreement Act of Corviale. Today we have a new council of the Order of Architects of Rome, and I belong to this body. My favorite term is activator. I mean, activator of processes, projects, ideas, revisions, reviews. I mean, the architect must be associated with this capacity, with this ability to look beyond the current reality, to understand that there is some potential sometimes in the places which are objects of our discussion, where we can find some different expressions, some new ideas about the same, let's say, same environments, same territories, where instead the situation was completely different. So this is what I would like to add to our discussion. That's it from my point. Very short. Perfect. Being short and brief is good for our agenda. Yes, and that's also the relationship between urbs and civitas, between city and citizens. So the architect must bring these terms together, connect these terms, so as to define two terms which are sometimes opposed to each other. I enjoyed and I loved the speeches of my colleagues from Palermo, Favara in particular. Starts from bad situations, degrading situation, and this feeling of community. Well, I feel these a lot, and this is where we have to start from. Then Mr. Panebianco from Imperia. Well, from my point of view, one term that is interesting in my opinion is interpreter. The architect as an interpreter. Well, first of all, the architect must be able to listen. And unfortunately, we must be honest with ourselves. Sometimes we forget about listening our clients, and also, as it is the case for some important urban activities, and also listening to the needs of citizens. What is lacking very often is the dialogue among the several levels of layering of a society. So dialogue with institutions, public administration, and citizens. This is an aspect that we faced with our Switch project. So the ability to connect these levels together. Sometimes the abilities and skills were not suitable. Sometimes citizens considered institutions as something too far away from them. So in this case, the Order of Architects is the guardian, let's say, and the protection authority for this dialogue. Perfect. I will try to be very short. I agree with what you said activator and interpreter. I like these terms a lot. In this season, let's say, of my life, I'm working more as a trainer than as a designer. I work a lot in projects at university. I am a trainer, I am a teacher, and I want the idea of the contemporary project to be a self identity practice linked to the architect as someone who's building things from a poetical side, from a poetical point of view, social as well. So this is about the processes that we are able to create. So I would like to focus on the term explorer also, looking for different areas and residues of ecology sometimes, and desire of people, listening to the voices of the weak ones. So I think that in this contemporary world where the city shows needs which must save soils and generate the existing one, and facing risks which are pressing more than ever, climate change, hydrogeological risks which are feeding after so many years of bad management. Well, the issues are complex and multiple. The architect today must know those topics and interpret all of these in a contemporary way. But also, he must be able to coordinate. He must be a director who's able to coordinate processes, multi-actor processes, processes of promotion of resources, of creation of institutional frameworks. So the contemporary architect has so many skills. But then finally, the research with technological adaptation must be translated into something real, into a language. This is our added value. We are able to translate all of this into a language. So when we discuss about resilient cities, which is something disturbing sometimes, cities must reply to the pressure of climate change. And this is not about raising walls. Actually, it is about building new projects, flagship projects, giving ability to respond, giving a language. So the architect must have a dialogue with the masters of modernity, but this is not real, and I would like that to be out of our schools as well. This poetical way of thinking about the architects. Let me add one thing, because I didn't say anything about this. There's another thread that I would like to mention. The term monitoring. Well, these may occur through some different indexes, which may change case by case. So it depends on the complexity of the projects involved. However, I think that this is fundamental, not to forget and neglect the path that the project is following, and having a monitoring activity, which is an ongoing activity. So maybe the two cases are hybrid. I think that they are strongly linked together. Well, in my opinion, we are in a moment of big transformation. Today, the architect must think about the shape, the form of the city after a health crisis. So the whole work that we have in the neighbor of Zen in Palermo started before the explosion, the outbreak of the emergency. And some ideas that we identified as architects, so the sensitivity to collect these ideas and then trying to make them real, also working firsthand. In this, the figure of the architect must be an architect from the Renaissance. I mean, he must work in the projects. Practicing. This is fundamental. Going out from studios and bureaus. A rich work in terms of concepts. We are asking for a higher training, working with the community, working with people, listening to their ideas and insights. This is something that is very important. There's no more time for self-identity projects. It is time for shared projects where we listen to several skills and competencies and we look at spaces as they are, lived by people. So this is the direction. And this is giving hope. In the situation of an emergency where we are, well, for sure, we must give a contribution to a transformation which is a fruitful transformation. I agree with what Professor Russo said about the concept of the added value of the architect during these projects and processes of urban transformation we're living. We are living it on a daily basis through our projects, through the activities that we are carrying out. And this allows us to have and use this architectural language. I think that this is a fundamental figure in this process. Well, maybe from Favara we will have some other inputs. Well, our reflection or insight is my viewpoint. Well, architecture is a tool, is an instrument, is a mean. So the question is there an architect generating trust? Because trust is a fundamental word. It is creating possibilities and transforming everything. It is a common good. So the good architecture belongs to the changes, and this is what we are trying to do in Favara. It tells stories. It improves cities as places where we can live, and it generates trust. So it gives possibilities and let everybody feel better, because we are convinced that in a more beautiful city we live free and happy, and this is fantastic. In Favara, this is what we found, actually, involving people who in the neighborhood of Vicolo Luna, which is a project for which I was awarded several times, This is a micro word. It is a poor neighborhood. It was a poor neighborhood, abandoned, and there's a new life because the old people, the elderly, are involved. And we also have new dimensions living together, new materials as well. So it is a community project because, generally speaking, the project of architecture becomes a regeneration, including several pieces of the same puzzle. This is about security as well. This is about a new setting of spaces, a new design of inner spaces, new outdoor spaces, gardens, and so on. And especially we have new chances of work because if we, within these projects of regeneration in these small words, we also have people that are working, it means that the puzzle was achieved and completed and finished, because in the end we want to involve people and we want to have people come to Sicily. So we don't want people to leave our area. Instead, we have people who stayed there because the process of work was activated. So in this case, architecture with a capital A, because this is also about architecture, in this case, this becomes a tool creating trust. We are generating trust. This is our biggest success, because we consider that we are also working in old towns, and as the Italian legislation requires, in Favara there has been an integration between contemporary architecture and the architecture of the past, giving new life to entire neighborhoods which were abandoned in our city. Let me be quite specific on this case about something which is real and present in Venice. I think that the first direction you followed was through the attraction, let's say, of tourist use of these places which were abandoned. A few days ago, a friend of mine in Venice said, I'll meet my kid at 4, and then I will bring him playing in a space in Venice, which is a beautiful architectural space. And sometimes kids play there, like I would say savage kids, and it is difficult to keep places safe. Have you done something specific for this? I mean, for keeping these places safe, let's say. Well, we didn't know what to do 10 years ago, so this is a process that grew up thanks to our experience, and now it is becoming a model, a pattern where people were using Favara as an area where kids could play, as an amusement park. Our city was abandoned. We never built with a project. Instead, now we are having projects. We are building through projects. So kids, well, yes, please. No, I'm saying the example of the kid was like a fake example. I mean, residents versus tourists. Is there a way to balance this interaction and monitor this interaction? Well, yes. I mean, we are thinking about it because in the end, we received so many people. We had so many people coming in Favara, and in the past we had 0 people coming every year, and then in a period of a few years we received more than 70,000 visitors, so we were a bit worried. Instead, today the project is working good. We also work on the cultural aspect. So at the beginning, we had the enthusiasm of citizens in Favara and also tourists coming to the city. And now this is true more than ever because Favara is working on one way, which is the cultural way. So we have a project including so many people and projects. So when the tourist sees the spaces of regeneration, probably will not come back if he's not interested, because his vision has been achieved. So Favara today is working for rethinking about our future, for thinking of our kids. We generated a school of architecture for kids, the SOU. This is the name of the school. We want to pass on to our kids something that we received from the past, but actually we also want them to get used to the freedom of thinking. So it is something that we are working on, because there were some risks of creating it as an amusement park. Luckily, we don't have this problem. We don't have this issue, so we will continue on this path. Thank you so much. We are slightly running out of time. I don't know if there are some questions from the audience. Otherwise, we will greet our speakers. Okay, you keep some questions for the afternoon. Maybe there's a question. Okay. Yes. Microphone, please.
During this discussion, we often heard that you invite involving the community, inviting the community, and facilitating the implementation of these processes. I saw some panels, for example, the panels of the open space technology. What is the technology or technique or material you employ most often? And the methods we use to favor these processes are becoming an important part of the work of an architect. And since I do believe that an architect has to be an activator, the architect needs to become able in using these tools, because we need to have a method, we need to know things, we need to know the tools and to master them. There's a question, another question here on the floor. the question you asked, that is, what do you take with you once a project is done, is very interesting. Because it's a question that those experiences these times ought to ask themselves, especially when of course, a project has to look forward. It cannot be based only on the present day requirements. If a project is not well structured, it becomes ephemeral. We are experiencing hard times, complex times. Climate change and other issues open up new opportunities. Man and nature. Not only to us as architects, but to everybody. We need to have deeper knowledge to provide answers, to be able to give answers, to take on the responsibility to give answers. Also because of but what is the question that an architect has to provide an answer to? So what are the issues we ought to study in depth? Which social issues should we study and understand and give a reply to? We must be able not to give answers, but to interpret changes. We must understand how the life cycle of a city is and understand which materials can be used in this life cycle, which spaces are formed in order to give new answers to new needs that emerge. More spaces for more needs. New spaces for manifold solutions. Spaces that perform different activities in the same day for different ages, for people of different ages, for different purposes. And that's an enormous complexity. You must be able to interpret that. You must understand what type of space is required there. How can you create it? What led you to create a specific project in that specific space? And then you have to study what happens to that space over time. It's not just a matter of monitoring it, but also how are you going to manage it? With reference to that city, to those people, to those changes. So we must be able we must be careful where we put the function of the architect. It's not a matter of occasions, of activating occasions. Our identity fades away. It's not always perceived by the society. Not only at university, but also during our professional. So what should be the main focus in our training? We always ask ourselves, who are we? And at times we run the risk of trading our identity for activities that are not central to our activity. It was interesting to see the difference, the separation between processes and projects. Because whenever processes are shown, ask myself, but what is the final outcome? What is the project behind these processes? And when projects are shown, I wonder, what is the process that led there? Where did they get the money, for example? So, and outcomes, they are important if the quality professionals that work for those outcomes understand the quality of the outcomes. And you need to have quality processes and quality projects together. So what is the question here? Are we all convinced that we have dealt with the central role of the architect today after all of these interventions? I think that we've long known that project culture is a wide and far-reaching culture. Go to the Arsenale or to the Giardini in Venice and you will see at the Biennale the variety of our role. I think we all realize that. We have tried in this lab to try possible lines of a process and ask some questions that could serve as points of view. There's a specific issue concerning the school and a range of different cultures and teachings. These two issues can be intercepted here. I'm very much interested in these two questions, which, though being different, have one element in common. They share the table around which we are discussing. We're discussing about the potentials, the developments, the instinct that represents the competence of the architect in the coming years. In all of these, there is an uninvited person, an uninvited participant, the state or the government. The perception of the potential and the competencies of architects is very weak today. I don't want to cry over that. It's an issue we have often mentioned, but today we have inclusion, participation, social integration processes, okay? But do these processes lead the urban planning, town planning solutions proposed by public administrations? These proposals very much depend upon the competencies and the sensitivities of the persons inside every single public administration. My experience in Naples is frustrating and difficult. For 10 years, our mayor has focused the management on the concept that the city is a common good. So we would expect that policies were truly inclusive ones. On the contrary, It was a sort of captatio benevolenze. It was a way of saying, look, I'm listening to you, let's build this form of good relationship. But there was no, it was more in words than in action, in acts. Many words, few facts. I have quite a wide observatory in terms of town planning, land planning, design, thanks to my activity. And today, social inclusion projects, the ability to listen, to build workshops on the territory, urbanism, the self-construction of space, these all are very much widespread in our own training and practice. We in Naples at the Department of Architecture have implemented various workshops concerning the city, the design of the city. We focus on the neighborhood of Sanità in Naples, which is being redeveloped piece by piece by our architects, stealing some areas to build green areas. We are inviting our students to see how a public park that was built after with the money following the earthquake in the 1980s. It was then abandoned and now it has been restored as orchards and green areas where people, common people, can cultivate their own greenery. There's a school of policies for the territory that favor the development of projects for the contemporary city. Today, there is a well-structured sensitivity inside our research, our scientific community. Now the issue is how much are these processes felt by the public administrators? Very little so. The town planning law in Italy dates back to 1942. Despite several discussions about a town planning reform. But we have no institutional space of professional interaction, of listening and developing. So every public administration operates as it deems suitable. So public administrations and institutions have a superficial approach to the issue. I think it is hard today or counterproductive to try and limit architects' competencies to specific criteria or to specific conventional materials and tools we use in our profession. In Naples, we recently activated a design university course which was enriched by a recent experience in Naples, an IT design. We have created the Apple Development Academy, an extraordinary school that has been opened by Apple in very few places, in creative places, and Apple chose Naples among these few cities. So several of our design professors are teaching also at the Apple Development Center. And we are learning how important it is to do research, to concentrate on the processes when doing design rather than on focusing on the single project to be designed. How can we listen to society? How can we talk to society? To those who use a specific product in order to improve it. We tell our first-year students that we are training them on something we do not know yet. We are giving them competencies that will be developed with them, with the society, with the institutions, with the companies that will come to us. So there's this research area, research space. And I think that the competencies of the architect of the future are not strictly linked to what we did in the past century. I think that the architect will hardly keep working or design everything or work in professional classes with or in high schools, but it will create new pictures with the tools that are available to us today, with reference to different cultures, to sociological and anthropological cultures. If we work only in universities as if these were laboratories, we will never be able to develop a new role, a new profile of architects in the field. We need to work with students, but with clients, with accounts, and with institutions in order to develop a new professional profile of competencies. We should not limit ourselves in creating a university-style profile. We must learn to enter innovation. We must know what circular economy is. We must know how materials are made, are loaded, unloaded, discarded. Architects ought to know and do something about the cycle of waste. The circular economy, when applied to the cycle of the territory, develops a new approach. We have developed new materials developed from waste. Who would ever imagine that years ago? Could we build the profile of the architect of the future by teaching how to deal with waste? Could be. So we need to be well connected to reality, to the change of contemporary territories, to the changes in contemporary economy. The time assigned to us for this morning is over, but I think that the spirit of this day in asking questions will remain with us. I thank you all for being with us. The roundtables will resume at 2:30 Italian time. We'll have 2 more roundtables and then the presentation of the projects that have won the new Bauhaus Prize. All the winners in the Rising Stars category. So we will have new blood with us. It's not going to be a bloody thing, but new blood with us, new energy with us. So see you in more or less an hour.
Good afternoon. We'll continue with Professor Molinari, who would like to say something. Let's see if you can hear me now. Can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me. Can you? Yes, we can. Perfect. I apologize for this morning. Unfortunately, it was not possible to have a good connection. The topic is about regeneration, and the M9 Museum is the perfect place for this because this is about one of the main regeneration processes taking place in the last years. So it is beautiful to have you all with us today. We have two exhibitions now. The first one is about architecture in the 20th century. And if you didn't visit it, the exhibitions, you can still go there. And the museum is the work of regeneration wanted by the mayor of Venice and completely changed the place of the city of Mestre, where everybody was walking by without focusing on anything. After 10 years, this project has generated some important consequences, and this is to show that each regeneration brings with it some consequences, good consequences for the whole community. We are developing it as a contemporary laboratory, so the process of regeneration is not only architectural but also economic, social, and symbolic. So this is what we are doing with the museum in order to continue the regeneration that was launched 10 years ago. And this is why you're here with us. I would like to thank the Order of Architects and all of my friends from Venice for inviting you here today, for bringing you here in Venice and in Mestre. So hopefully we will have some next chances to meet together. I think it is important to discuss about the symbolic and cultural and social change of our country, and hopefully this workshop will be fruitful. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, let's continue with our workshop. We have now the third session. We have a half virtual roundtable with two speeches from Cagliari and Turin, remotely connected. Thank you, Fernanda Gavaudo and Alberto Bottero. We will try to focus on a classic topic of the contemporary city, as well as the issues and strategies linked to the domain of transformation and regeneration. The public space and the open space will be observed through 4 different cases. The first one is from Prato, which is a critical city somehow. However, for some other aspects, it has been the object of important changes, and also an important museum was built there with huge investments, both in economic and design terms a few years ago. Instead, these 2 cases will be observed from the point of view of, let's say, small projects, which, however, have an impact in terms of urban reality. Then we will move to Reggio Calabria in the Calabria region for a urban park working on the context of landscapes, as well as another public open space in Cagliari, in Sardinia, in a place which is quite critical from for some points of view. And finally, we will have a case, we will discuss about a case of one of the main projects of regeneration of school places, which took recently place in Turin. In this case, it is about a school which is transforming itself and also identify an opening towards the territory and the neighborhood, thus becoming a public space, even though, of course, there are some conditions which are unavoidable. So now we will try and have a debate after these 4 speeches. First of all, I would like to give the floor to Massimo Fabri from the Urban Planning Service of the Municipality of Prato. Good afternoon. Here we are. I will speak about the playground of Prato, which is included in the wide regeneration project of Prato. The reference custom is the first industrial structure group in the city of Prato. It is a quite specific building area with so many buildings, flats, and residential, as well as business and production activities. As you can see from the very first images I'm showing, that there's an alignment in terms of residential buildings very close to the pedestrian site. So this structure has always denied any public space, because public spaces until today were only represented by a specific situation, and these by the sidewalks, and this situation was has left some consequences in the current city, in the contemporary city. These images are speaking by themselves. So you can see that the number of buildings is so high, it is a problem to manage these quantity of buildings. And this system, also from a social point of view, has been there until the crisis of the textile industry. In that moment, the city was a bit weak, and we assisted, we have seen these areas abandoned, completely abandoned. And of course, these has worsened the situation and has created the basic conditions for the installation of the Chinese community, which found the best possible conditions to work in these places. The presence of the Chinese community allowed for a closing of the neighborhood, and this represented the city of factories only, without any service, without any contribution to people. So the main effort thought by the administration was to bring public services back to those areas. To do so, in 2017, the administration work with us for designing a new project, starting from dialogue with the population. It was a working group with architects and other professionals, as well as companies specialized in communication and participation paths. We realized this master plan where we had high-level services, co-working services, covered market, a playground, which will be the object of my speech, as well as the will to bring back some public space in a system of spaces, creating a living habitat where this was not the case in the past. The Tuscany region has launched a public tender in agreement with the European Community for the post-Festa line for 2020. The project was awarded, and huge fundings were received by the Tuscany region, several millions of euros of fundings co-financed by the municipality. We made 4 public works. The library, characterized by a huge public space obtained through the demolishment of 20,000 square meters. And of course, we reused the abandoned area, and we tried to look for the shared elements of urban planning in order to recreate a feeling of belonging of those people. So to us, the landscape of abandoned factories is fascinating, but this is not the case for citizens, because it was something bad for them. The 3rd public work was the playground. The 4th one was an activity on sustainable mobility, investing in the view of public spaces, and specifically linear public spaces in the same neighborhood. Let me focus on the playground specifically. The reflection on the playground was launched in order to think about people who live in this neighborhood. We have a Chinese community, the Italian community, but also citizens coming from all over the world. So we wanted to characterize this space through some specific colors. And so using the metaphor of a neighborhood representing all the existing colors. And this urban mark is trying to rebuild that identity of place. Within this marker, we have some other areas, silos, a big tree which was not existing, then a sculpture, and also a fitness equipment. These other images give the idea of the context of the relationship between this space, which was the space of an abandoned factory. Then the main concept is dividing the space in sub-areas. Some are characterized by some public square events, and then there's also a sports area with a skate park, which was not there in the citizen landscapes, and also a fitness area, playground beyond the green area, which was partly characterizing the area, and I will conclude in a while. These images represent the will that we had to characterize in the domain of the concepts of beauty, sustainability, and inclusiveness. We used beauty with our colors, the use of colors, And Z1 recall these concept representing figures of different colors exchanging a rainbow, and this represents the fact that you cannot create a rainbow by yourself. So this is to focus on the feeling of inclusion. Let me conclude with this image, which might give you the idea of the presence of citizens recognizing themselves in a place. Of course, it is an ongoing path. We must be honest. We created the chance for a meeting place, and still today we have a lot to do. However, we can say that we have started by planting some seed. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now let's move to Reggio Calabria. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank the Council and the President of Reggio Emilia for giving me this opportunity. We are in a completely different place. I know Prato for some other reasons, the city of Prato. Let's start with the regeneration topic, but doing it in some geographical latitudes means something specific, and the Calabria region is the main place for my activity. The Calabria region is between beauty and devastation. This is the contemporary identity of Calabria, and this devastation and here we have a concept I would like to discuss about. I mean, we have a beautiful and extraordinary landscape. When we reach the human scale, the building scale, everything goes down very fast. And this is due to several reasons. I will not be the one who will explain these reasons, but this is to say that this land has built a self-image where the context and the topic of regeneration poses some questions. And this is about the adventures of Riace, Badolato, or some other centers. It is the condition of a landscape. I mean, it's an issue, it's a matter of balances between the idea of an ancient place together with the search for the future. So now, the occasion I would like to present is on a specific landscape, a river of Fiumara, a river in the south of Italy. Today this has a huge impact. This place has completely changed the relationship with the public space because in this area between the valley and the Fiumara, this specific river, there was no places for playing or doing something. This was a big parking, and it was quite long. There were some paved areas there, and it was quite central, let's say, in terms of community, because this was the main public space of the community. So we were responsible here in intervening there. And the project cost was 307,000 euros for an amount of 27 euros per square meter. And this is a condition that we normally have, very small budgets, especially in the south of Italy. So the idea was to intervene and to try and dismantle the biggest quantity of cement and concrete that we could remove. And through photography, we recreated the riverbed, and we defined another central area for this beloved place. And this project was born because we worked together with the community since the beginning. And this is not something using the community in a specific way, using community as a palliative. This is about a real transformation. So this project is about a new soil, a new topography, a new system, redesigning the space of this place. And there's also an important paving representing the dynamic attitude of this place. And also we represent this strength of the Fiumara, rich rivers in the winter times, completely dry in summertime. So I believe that here we could find some solutions, because the landscape has this ability to be soluble. And I mean, sometimes we have something new going out. So the landscape has an ability, which is the ability to work and change the current situation. So of course we should be the ones to look for some new resources every time. This is why this becomes an opportunity. The blue color here is the color for pedestrians, and then we have the black color. We wanted to transform the last piece of asphalt, and that we wanted to change. And we wanted to do that because we wanted the community to understand that this project was carried out for them. We used stones from the area of Etna, which is the Sicilian Balkan. So the design of this pavement gives a beautiful frame to this center. It was then necessary to link this landscape to the sensitivity of people. I think that our duty is to work with simple materials, having an important resistance against violent attacks, vandalic attacks, and also this means a lot. I think that we discussed a lot today about beauty and processes. Looking for wonder in these spaces must be a priority. Maybe we can find beauty there, but the main thing is to wonder, and this is our weapon. This is what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you. Even shorter than the allocated time. And what a remarkable ability to manage the assigned time. We see two colleagues of ours connected from Cagliari. And with him, we have also Fernanda Cavaudo, a technical. Excuses, we can't hear her. A technical officer from the municipality of Cagliari. Good afternoon, everybody. I wish to thank the organizers for the invitation. I'm a technical manager at the municipality of Cagliari, and I'm also an architect enrolled in the role of architects of the city of Cagliari in Sardinia. The waterfront of the city of Cagliari was renovated. You see here a map of the city of Cagliari. In red, the red square is the area subject to the renovation intervention. We have created an urban park over a floor area of 17,000 hectares in green. The Parco degli Anelli is its name, which the project concerned a number of interventions along the Cagliari waterfront in order to modify the situation in a neighborhood there, which is quite a secluded, abandoned neighborhood that is separated by an artificial canal from the rest of the city, and crossed by only one main road. Over the past years, we have launched a number of projects, different projects with different design teams have been launched in order to try to reshape the identity of a highly damaged landscape, infusing or rather creating synergy among the various projects. Since these projects had been designed at different times with different purposes under different administrations, and so the overall aim was to define a landscape identity to that neglected neighborhood and favor its cohesion with the rest of the metropolis fabric. The two parts of the waterfront were concluded in 2014. In 2019, the first part of the Parco degli Anelli. In 2021, this year, we have upgraded a path, a pedestrian path along the park, in the park. A bridge has been built on the San Bartolomeo Canal. Is to be finished soon, and it is very important because it will connect all the various interventions implemented along the canal. Then we have a small fishing port to be finished next year. To move then to the San Bartolomeo Canal, the bottom of the canal has been dredged in order to make it navigable and favor the river navigation. to favor the connection with the other villages that pertain to the metropolitan area of Cagliari. To end with a second lot of Parco degli Anelli to be renovated by 2024. When we expect the park to be fully created, implemented. The Parco degli Anelli, the ring park, is the element that connects the neighborhood that had no common social areas and the waterfront. The starting project was designed by a renowned landscape architect Núñez. Only the parts in the sea, the sort of comes in the sea, will not be created that pertain to the initial project because we have problems with the violence of the sea. Why is the park called the Ring Park? Well, because it develops around a number of theme areas identified as circles, which welcome events, sports events, beaches, playgrounds, water playgrounds, events, and woodland. Regarding the trees, we have 8 hectares cultivated as lawn. At the end, within 2 years' time, we'll have 200 new trees planted in what is now a desolated, abandoned land. Pomegranate, Washingtonia, olive trees, cypresses, oaks, and bushes that are typical of the Mediterranean area and that can survive in an area where there's a strong saline aerosol. 18,000 hectares is the surface of the park. Economically, the funds amount to 12,500 euro. 67 euro per square meter is the realization cost. Maintenance costs 3 euro per square meter. The water budget is important as well, considering the climate, the weather, and the trees to be planted. Well, that's not a real problem because during the first lot of the park implementation, we also dug a well that can produce 4 liters per second. And 50% of this water from the well, saline water, is mixed with water from the aqueduct, fresh water. In parallel, the administration of Cagliari has started a project for the purification of wastewater so that there will be no consumption of any water resources in the park. I will show you now some pictures. Oh, you can't see the images then. It was easy to follow what you have said so far, even without seeing the images, but unfortunately we have seen just one. I'm truly sorry. Okay, we'll take problems as opportunities and not as real issues. So you can conclude, and then maybe later you'll have the opportunity to show the pictures. A colleague who preceded me said that a project must be accepted by the community. Well, that's a case study indeed, because a community that was ghettoed and isolated since the 1950s, when this area was erected, will now see that the inhabitants of the metropolitan city of Cagliari will enter their territory. So far, the built areas are not seen as an opportunity, but they're seen as an invasion. So we'll have to work socially, from a social standpoint, for the inhabitants of this neighborhood to accept the fact that the city will come to their neighborhood to visit the park mostly. And we'll also have to work the other way around, to have the inhabitants of this neighborhood start to feel part of the whole city. Before we try and draw some interpretations, we are now moving to Turin to hear about the case study of the school Fermi. That is a special case indeed. I wish to thank the organizers for this invitation. The project of School Fermi was proposed during a call organized by two private foundations in order to upgrade an existing school and turn it into an up-to-date or state-of-the-art school. The neighborhood is very close to the suburbs of Turin, very close to Lingotto, the former Fiat factory that has been turned into a conference and cultural center. However, it is a part of the area that lacks in cultural venues and social spaces. The building was made in the 1970s. It had problems on the outer envelope that generated problems in using it, in enjoying this building. And an old way of designing the internal spaces. Inside the building, the school was rigidly organized, a traditional division of spaces with a long corridor and all the classrooms facing one another along the corridor. We were very much excited in facing this type of structure, school structure, in order to understand how to change it, because lots and lots of schools in Italy were built at that time during the building boom. And most Italian schools have turned obsolete by now. And teachers find it really difficult to use their spaces. So we thought, how can we rethink of these spaces in order to be in line with present day requirements? Also considering that the school was sort of isolated and closed, entrenched within itself, and it was not open towards the urban structure surrounding it. So, to start with, we made the school more permeable by changing the access points, and we were able to recover the back part. It was a sort of informal park, but that part instead was recovered, and it has been turned into a green area that is open and to be used by the whole community. The ground floor was not being used by people because it was partly underground. So we excavated all around in order to recover this ground floor as a true ground floor, and this one now communicates with the garden outside. It can be used as classrooms during the day and cultural venues in the afternoon and in the evenings for the local community. Our intervention was by addition. So we added these metal structures outside the building. We worked on color, and we worked with these outer beams in order to infuse a new character, to give a new image to the building. And this metal frame is a sort of establishing a dialogue with the frame, the main construction frame. So there's this visual permeability between internal spaces and didactic teaching spaces outside. And these outer spaces interact with the garden we have recovered, eliminating the informal parking lot. The classrooms, the teaching areas are on the first floor, first and second floors. These are new fronts within the school with outer spaces, yards. That favor some permeability by the public at large. One is a square in front of the gym, and another one, the staircase, it serves as a meeting place. This is the map of the ground floor, and you can see that these areas on the ground floor are open up onto the garden. They can expand, or they can contract, or they can shrink. So we have the gym here with its connections with the outer yard. We have a cafeteria and the canteen for students, which can open their doors so that they can be opened and to the public. And to your left, the cultural hub, an auditorium and the library. The layout was very simple indeed. Our target was to achieve a continuous, uninterrupted space and to change the layout of the school cluster. Here we have the focused thematic classrooms, a wardrobe, a common area, didactic terraces. Here, the various rooms talk to each other, communicate with each other, visually and physically, by creating a common learning area. You see the corridor, the common spaces, the closed classrooms with these large windows. So we have shaped new spaces within the areas in order to amplify and diversify the various areas. To the left, you see the library, which can also be used as a conference hall. And to your right, you see a distribution area. It was a hall, a very large hall with no specific function, and we have created with these curtains some areas for smaller meetings. Spaces have not been predetermined in their function, but they have been conceived having a background in a neutral color with some points, with some dots of color. The budget was quite limited over a short deadline because of agreements with the municipality. We were allowed only 1 year for on the building site. We developed a great relation with the school community because we aimed at explaining the project to the community of teachers and students, and also because we wanted teachers to be able to exploit, to make the most of the new spaces we have created. And here we go back to what our colleagues were saying. The spaces must be thought of, designed and created during a dialogue with the community or with the future beneficiaries and users of these spaces. These pictures were taken before the lockdown, of course, because then the school had to undergo some changes, unfortunately. But since we worked a lot in order to achieve wider spaces, this new structure has proved useful. Also to face the constraints imposed by COVID. The outcome was remarkable indeed, because the school is actively exploited. And little by little, it is starting to establish some synergies with the surrounding neighborhood. And I do hope that having the public administration changed in Turin, this synergy may be strengthened further. So this space on the ground floor is open onto the exterior part, onto the garden, that can be enjoyed by the local community as well.
Okay. Let's start. Ne hai fatti 2. Okay. Probably we will have some questions. If there are some other questions, feel free. Ho fatto loro 2, no? You have shown a beautiful picture by Greeny about the school of Aldo Rossi, which was a school at the beginning of the 1970s, was characterizing the return to a typology of corridors and classrooms. And so this seems to be a school of the end of the 1910s or 20s. In Turin or in Milan or Pisa, in the Istituto Luigi Pellegrin, there were important works. Then there have been some problems of also in terms of demolition and destruction of some places. There were some issues because some places were oversized, let's say, so it seemed that the school itself could be an element of regeneration. So the question that I would like to ask you, and also I would like to ask the other speakers as well, as we've seen in Cagliari, we had a huge project, a huge design. In some other cases, there are some other young professionals. And of course, normally in Italy, we have older architects, let's say. What is the type of references leading these 4 projects, which are not that close to each other, but actually they're all focusing on the same public spaces? Is there an abacus of masters, of keywords, or I don't know what? Or is there some room for a residual space that the pandemic has worsened, of a place where cultures are segmented and it is difficult to think about models and patterns? I would like to know if you have some inputs there which may be shared with everybody, if you have, let's say, some common frameworks, or if every path is a single path. Well, if I can intervene, I have to say that when we approached this project, we did so much research, and we took inspiration from that movement of the 20s and 30s of the open-air schools, such as the School of Sorensen in Paris, or the experiments by Aldo van Eyck in the Netherlands. So this attention towards the external spaces and this topic of open-air school in that period was also linked to a health need as well. It had been developed, however, then it was abandoned for some reasons. Having said so, we have seen an opportunity basically in this typology, and it seemed that it could be interesting to explore this typology. So from our side, also with reference to the teaching domain, we referred to these specific contexts. And then the school is a building which must become, let's say, a new place, because this is not actually the case very often, a place for rebuilding a fundamental relationship with the territory. So a relationship between school and territory, a sort of common place, which is a support for the whole neighborhood, and also a cultural place and a reference location. Would you like to react, let's say, about this? Well, the topic of the public space, well, I think I am quite lucky because I'm an architect. However, I have training in landscape even before landscape schools. I studied in the Mediterranean University of Reggio Calabria, and this was an important reference on these topics. It was a school which was quite well acknowledged in all Europe. So this is where this continues, this ongoing research for public space. This is where it comes from. So as Magnani was saying before, this is a battlefield, especially in terms of public space between architects, planners, urban experts, and some other designers who think that they can have a different approach for the same topic. However, as somebody said before, it is an issue of synergy, multidisciplinary topic. And we should not forget that public space, when dealing with regeneration, needs to put communities in the very center, because otherwise public spaces will not work, simply speaking. So this is about giving strength to the community living there. So this is fundamental. We have to activate this piece of the puzzle. Of course, we need a specific language, as we were saying today, capable of transforming this project into our mission, which is the form, let's say, we should be connected to from some viewpoints. So building a public space needs more than ever to find some new narrative conditions also within the public space itself, within the landscape. And we can do that maybe trying to fix things and create a unique system. I do not want to refer to architects or landscape experts. I would like to say that we must be directors as cinema directors. This is what we need, as somebody said this morning. I would like to add something. Unfortunately, we have two historic cultural heritage contexts in Sardinia. First of all, our relationship with the waterfront, which is a relationship of fear and defense, because from the sea we always had invasions. So from an historical point of view, Sardinia doesn't have some waterfront studied, let's say, spaces. We don't have an historic path of cities on the waterfront, with the exception of tourist villages which were born with some other different goals and objectives. In terms of waterfront, we don't have a history of architecture. Actually, it is the opposite, because we received attacks from enemies coming from the sea. And also, the public space in Sardinia is a different thing. We don't have the culture of public spaces because for Sardinian people, the architectural typology was typology which was introflexed. So the life of people was in the house, small windows, light coming from inner courtyards. There was no public life. So this is why the public space must be rebuilt and rethought. This is why we are proposing again some public spaces coming from other cities and other cultures that we have to embed into our culture. Let me add something about our vision of our path. We did not refer to cultural architectural references. We refer to the characteristic of the city of Prato to have some crown departments in the city where there was no feeling of a suburb as we can see from other cities. And there's always been a strong identity in some other in some places, and this was a strong identity in some areas. And in this area, it was a feeling of identity which was very strong. We have realized design competition involving 2 villages close to Prato, and there were some silly, let's say, discussions because they were fighting against each other. However, where we worked, there was no identity. The identity was the factory, the identity of roles within the factory only. So we tried to bring the structure of the country back to the neighborhood with all the differences and difficulties. In the villages, it is easy to participate. They come and look for you. There, you had to bring people, so you can imagine the difficulties of interacting with the Chinese community during the first phases especially. However, we wanted to repropose that context, and I think that currently we have achieved a small result. Of course, we have to work harder in the next future. It is a long path. We try to interact and have interfaces with the youth, especially because among young people it is easier to create social activities, maybe create a soccer field, football pitch for creating some sort of community, let's say. Let me ask a question coming from the email box, and I invite you to use it for some other questions as well. It is using the term urban regeneration, so it is not only linked to this round table, but I think it may be suitable for the 4 cases we mentioned, where some budgets were mentioned. In some cases, they were small budgets, and I think that the origins of these budgets were quite different. So I believe that this topic may be further explored. As for the topic of regeneration, is this public or private? And what are the specific characteristics of the Italian situation? I think that you have a privileged vision here maybe you are perfectly aware of the quantities and the origins of fundings, especially, and what all of these implied. I think you can tell us something about it. Well, from our point of view, the reference framework is completely different from the other European realities, because in Prato we are witnessing a specific situation where there has been like a parceling out of the area. In Prato, there is an industrial structure which is rarely envisaging the big industry. The productive process was fragmented. In our area, there was one textile company for each family. So this changed completely, and prevented private people to carry out activities there. So through this new situation, we can use sometimes different instruments such as expropriation activities. Sometimes it is difficult to recreate the same family around the same industry. So in this case, the public help and the public aid was fundamental. We are happy that we see that now we have some private events after our activities. So we are witnessing some private activities, probably because we realized what we did in the public spaces. And of course, the urban regeneration is fundamental, coming from private people as well. Well, in my little experience, I have to say that only recently I noticed that I was doing some urban regeneration. I mean, I always did projects, and I think that projects for themselves are projects having to do with the regeneration of an area, of difficult conditions. This idea of urban regeneration, we're happy that this exists. However, what is the architecture involved here? What is the regeneration mark in the neighborhood? In the little cases I worked on, there were small initiatives. However, this is a geographical condition which is quite far from some other realities, because sometimes we don't have private people having important amounts of money. In some other cases, the synergies between public and private, well, if we don't have it, we will not obtain anything. And also in some other central situations, I mentioned the city of Prato before because this year we had the first 3 functional lots on the urban reforestation. And here as well, this is a process, and you are working on these a lot. The regeneration is an important public space, and this is central because the textile industry, of course, is in decline. However, we are continuing to work with the Chinese community, which recovered some sectors. However, we don't have many public assets there. Of course, hopefully in the next future we will have some serious projects and serious energies, but I think we are quite far from it. Ma vediamo, perché in teoria... So let me bring the experience of Cagliari, which is the same of for Sardinia. We don't have any interesting project for private participation. The works I showed today are financed, 90% financed by the ministry, by the plan for cities and suburbs, and partly 20% financed by the regions, the administration of Cagliari, and the Port Authority. Also because these corresponds to 33 million euros. This is not a small quantity of amount. We don't have such a strong entrepreneurial strength. We are a depressed area. So these type of events must come from public initiatives. However, in some other occasions as well, we had problems in terms of management because in any case, managing these areas, well, they were areas using so much energy, and we cannot even involve associations or private people for our production cycles, for instance, improving sports areas or some other areas. There is no important, let's say, income arrival of private resources. Any questions from the audience? Well, we cannot deny in this dimension that the public space, in the complexity that we have shown with these 4 cases and represented with these 4 cases in terms of typologies and practices produced, well, I think that this is an unavoidable topic for the issues we're discussing about today. If there are no other questions, I think that we can have a switch, so we can go to session number 4. Thank you so much for participating. We will need a couple of minutes for sanitizing the area. I would like to invite the participants for the next round table. Let me see. We have Vincenzo Tenore, Alberto Loche, and Pierpaolo Perra.
Very well. We can start with the fourth and last round table around a fundamental topic that is developed around four different viewpoints that might multiply and become 6 or 8 different viewpoints. What is the topic then? A topic to be developed by two colleagues present here with us and one remotely connected. And we will analyze what the concept of beauty is as proposed by the new European Bauhaus. And when we talk about beauty, we mean the relation with the places, the relation with culture. You certainly know Gropius, Mania, and Mies. Bauhaus were not concerned with history. Gropius cancelled history from his program of training. Nevertheless, we have the new Bauhaus program that includes also history, the philological approach. We have 3 different case studies with us today that cannot represent the various forms of relations we can develop with history, identity, and setting, but as happened with the previous round table, they can better explain how wide-ranging this topic is and how well it can be rearranged into different topics, different smaller subtopics. The first case study is that of the Casa della Cultura, the home of culture, developed in Aquilonia, a small village in southern Italy, a rural village and interestingly enough, when we hear about regeneration, urban regeneration, well, by now, urban and regeneration are 2 terms that cannot be separated any longer. And this is a form of building regeneration within a setting that is not urban but is other than urban. To be followed by the second speech that focuses on a public space that favors connection. In the province of Chieti, central southern Italy, it uses the trabocchi, that is old fishing posts, as elements of rest along a bicycle path. Finally, we will move again to Sardinia to talk about the Sun Park. And I'm not saying any more about that. So let's start from Aquilonia. Today, reaching this place by I saw beautiful landscapes of Italy, starting from the south of Italy to reach here, the northeast. And I was highly interested in passing through internal areas, less famous areas, and seeing the relationship between the built environment and the landscape. So we need to develop a new paradigm to favor the more intimate band of architecture. I would like to remind you to mention a sentence by Andrea Zanzotto, intense empty space. That's the desire of each of us. Giving a dense meaning, an intrinsic meaning to the voids we find in order to be able to see inside the empty spaces and understand what is the reason, what is the dimension. Implementing a wrong project inside a community counting 1,000 people means breaking forever the relationship between that square and its inhabitants. So we need to have the correct methodological approach to know all the reference elements to the building, to the built environment. Also, the Italian Apennines, that's the backbone of Italy, represented by mountains that run from Liguria north west down to Calabria, south west. Well, most part of the Apennines are being reached by tourists and visitors, and so we must be able to interpret this mingling. And architects have to interpret that, but must bear in mind the concept of sustainability. Any intervention, even temporary interventions aimed at providing a shelter to animals or recovering some material, must be sustainable, must be acceptable to the local community. There is, Zevi said that there is no culture without architects. A hay depot is a way of looking at places that we transform during our activity. We can propose the casing of cheese or other special frames like this one installed in the Calitri Square, an area that was destroyed by the 1980 earthquake and is still touched by several earthquakes every year. And so that area is a cultural space or spaces for celebrations. Or we can study how to erect small factories, small manufacturing facilities. These are various forms of activity that we implement. We have not changed the approach to our profession, but we have rather better specified our approach, trying to understand what the destination of use of a building will be. For example, a kindergarten has no more children attending it because of the demographic decrease. So this school could be recovered for other purposes. A building that had been damaged by the earthquake. And so we started a series of meetings with the local inhabitants to collect ideas and proposals. At the time when we proposed these meetings, the local population was very much excited because Vinicio Capostella, an Italian composer and musician, had proposed to organize the Spons Fest in that location. So everybody was focused on that. And many pushed for the creation of a music hall where unplugged concerts can be held. In another village built after the 1930 earthquake, so with these peculiar buildings, we studied the various peculiarities. In order to correctly interpret some elements. These typical fascist buildings surround the square where the House of Culture has been created. The technologies were imported during the reconstruction of the village in 1930 following the earthquake, and they changed the know-how on the territory. And most farmers turned into carpenters and masons. So that very many building companies were established at that time. This is the archetype of our architecture, a small drying facility for hay or tobacco leaves. Now we'll very quickly show you the various images because I have already run short of time. This building is the recovery of a pre-existing building. We have changed the internal arrangement of spaces. We had to make sure that access could be guaranteed to everybody in to the rear of the stage, to disabled people. Access to the changing rooms. The foyer, the entrance hall, is to your right. To your right, you see the plan of the upper floor, where you have services, the meeting room that also hosts the village's web radio. The main hall has been studied for unplugged acoustics. And we were helped by actors and musicians in studying this facility. COVID slowed down the realization of this house. But this year we were able to conclude the project. we have received the funds. First of all, we had to focus on earthquake safety measures and on energy upgrading. We used local products. For example, the internal walls are made of wood, larch, more specifically. The outer shell is made of a larch wood that is locally produced. And which recalls the original shape of the building. The whole architecture, the whole construction represented by this building was made locally. We never used design objects, but we would rather design lighting, appliances, tables, seats locally and have them manufactured locally. So that whenever a visitor comes to this territory must represent, this building must represent a source of economy for the territory. So we wanted to support also the craftsmen of the territory. So everything was made by local carpenters. Designers can make a choice and they can decide to exploit the local skills and the local knowledge. We have a ventilated wall. That fights well the weather issues in winter. This building is midway between is located midway between a rural area and a small urbanized village. So it has to favor landscape and urban changes. Larch is perfectly suitable for the particular weather of this area. Extreme cold in winter kills wood-eating microorganisms. These are the internal spaces we have rebuilt. Also, iron elements were made locally. This year, we were able to host a group, a band that moved from Bari in Puglia to Aquilonia to overcome COVID restraints. And they installed themselves and they recorded their music in the music hall. Shows and music shows were organized here. We often welcome architecture students. And this proves that if you build quality facilities in small communities, you can recover small buildings in these communities, and you add some value to the local community, but you're also acknowledged outside of that village, admired and mentioned, and this enhances the pride felt by the local community. This is the place where this community now meets to talk to the mayor, or to host artists, or to organize celebrations and parties. It is a multifunction area. So it certainly was a correct choice, apart from the energy class, apart from the fact that it has no consumption, no energy consumption because of the photovoltaic cells. Thank you so much. I see that Francesco Faraone and Christian Bomba are with us. One represents the public administration of Chieti, and the other represents is the designer of Via Verde. So the floor goes to you. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Let's have a look at our experience on Costa dei Trabocchi, the Trabocchi coast, where we have created a cycle path for the length of 32 kilometers. It crosses 6 municipalities in the province of Chieti. It is one of the parts of this cycle path most immersed in nature. The Trabocchi were fishing houses built by fishermen. These are very light facilities that were made by farmers. So that they could fish without having to go to sea. Since they were farmers, they had no boats. A 42-kilometer long bicycle path was built along this part of the coast, exploiting the old railway. The provincial government of Chieti bought this train railway from the Italian railway company. And this stretch of Costa dei Trabocchi falls within a wider project that concerns the creation of kilometers and kilometers of cycling paths along the Italian coasts. We already had a preliminary project to be implemented by the province of Chieti. The preliminary project foresaw a number of accesses along the 42-kilometer long path, while the final project further dwelt and further developed these accesses that some are very simple ones, others are more complex. The more complex accesses are at the level of the old railway stations, which have not been bought by the by the provincial government of Chieti yet. So they are to be restored yet. There where we have these more complex access points, we have also installed electrical recharge stations and information points and so on to favor the movement of tourists and bicycle goers. The base of the path was treated in different ways with different technologies. In some cases, the base, the foundation was a mixed system. In other cases, the bicycle path runs through protected, sheltered natural areas. The width of the bicycle path is 1.5 meters per direction for the bicycle and 1 meter for the pedestrian path. There are some tunnels as well that have been improved. As you can see from these pictures taken from above, it is quite a wide territory. The parts that are highlighted on the map identify the sheltered areas. There are many different characteristics, morphologically and culturally. The last slide concerns the tunnels. The manager of the construction works will dwell on this more in detail. The province of Chieti assigned the management of the works to the relevant office, relevant department within the regional government. This path, a bicycle path, passes through 9 tunnels. And also it crosses the territory of 9 different municipalities. And the tunnels are located under on the territory of different municipalities. We collected information on the preservation state of these tunnels. So that we could understand how to improve the safety of these tunnels. With the advice of university professors, we would rather wash the internal side of the tunnels with low pressurized water. Because the walls were already covered with with reinforced concrete. So the walls made of reinforced concrete were improved, and the corroded rods were improved as well. Then we anchored a net that prevents the fall of small rocks or detached materials. So it is a white net preventing the fall of plaster flakes. To prevent the falling of plaster. Another, well, we had to deal with several issues, also hydrogeological problems on the territory. The Italian railway company discontinued the use of this stretch of the railways in 2005. And the whole stretch was abandoned from 2005 to 2018, and nature had reconquered this space. So the main problems we had to face were related to crumbling land, to problems with soil, or to the consequences of rough seas in winter. And so large part of the cliffs along this area had been damaged. We would rather focus on the relationship between the culture, local culture, and the local context. We're not. This roundtable is not focused on the technical aspect. So we tried to build new cliffs in order to have a continuous bicycle path. The former railways will be renovated. We have made a feasibility study for the reuse of the former railways. They are historical railway stations. And so this means that although the bicycle path has been completed, the project is not over. From this image, you can see the various access points. The former railway stations are in grey. There will be the whole area has been improved also by improving and upgrading the green areas. We have installed various facilities for cyclists. Here are some images, some more pictures. These pictures were taken before the renovation works, and the works are underway. You see a bridge, the Sangro Bridge, that was rebuilt by us. It had been destroyed during the Second World War. You can see it to the right. The overall width is 4.5 meters for pedestrians and cyclists. To the left you see a gallery, a tunnel. The area of Acquabella in Ortona, near Ortona, close to the San Vito railway station. And the wood of Torino di Sangro, which had been abandoned. And so we have this territory of the wood that has established now a dialogue with the surrounding area and with the beach. Finally, now I think that the project was fully shown. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I have to stop you, but the video lasts 1 minute only. Here we are at Tonino di Sangro, Fontechesia. Non commentare. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, we have the last case, the last speech for our roundtable, and then we will conclude with this session. We have the case of Oristano. Good evening. Let me speak about this project. Okay, so this project is about the upgrading of some areas located in the province of Oristano in Sardinia. This place is a place where since the beginning it was full of areas, specifically Mayans and quarries. And this project is about a recent quarry which was used since the 80s. After abandoning this quarry, this mine, because the material to be extracted useful for the building of the construction of buildings was over, the quarry became an abandoned area. And the construction industry used this quarry for disposing waste, and this became like a place, an abandoned place. So we thought about this area, and we wanted to recover this area, to heal these wound, this injury, through the use of some new functions linked to the culture, to the sociality, to the places of work and production specific for that area, and especially many buildings in that area use this material. We wanted to focus on the memory of people, but also culture, because the Sardinian region has a sound heritage which is very well known. It is something not visible sometimes, and we decided to use the material extracted, previously extracted from the quarry, specifically sandstones, and then we use light and colors and the material culture of sound, sculptures, of music and spaces. And then it was possible to give a new life to this space in order for it to be used. So we wanted to move to make this project real. And we had some specific characteristics in that area, and specifically the acoustic there was incredible. So the sound was something natural and amazing. Any echoing was eliminated by the quarry. And so we worked on this budget, which was quite reduced, and we made what you will see in a while. And we moved for better identifying this project. The project was linked to the place welcoming the visitors. So as my colleague explained, quarries have this vocation, let's say, of hosting the sound. And the project went hand in hand with a cultural project of the institution of a park of sounds. And of course, there was a unique prerogative of this area. It was an area which was capable of hosting sound sculpture. So where the artist is also working with all these sound effects. So the main purpose was to host these collection over the time in these big holes, let's say, in the quarry itself. I think you know the sculptures by Lucio Sciola having a strong connection with these material and with these cuts in the stones. So the project was a project of a center where you have seen elements about our millenary story, working by eliminating material up to the idea of giving a sign, a mark, and a shadow in this case. So in this area where there are no plants, no trees, the project was like the project of a shadow coming from the elimination of the materials in this area. And so this could be a place for meeting up and having activities together. These aluminium totems were there for activating the sound effects. And this is a place having the prerogative of hosting, as this was the case in the last 15 years, hosting high quality events, cultural events, concerts of artists. We are so sad, we are sorry, because this didn't happen. Not yet. Hopefully it will happen in the next future. We are living a never-ending summer, let's say, because this is the main prerogative of this project. I'm not focusing on single images. I think we have spoken too much, but hopefully I have shown the main essence of what we are doing with this project. Thank you. Let me try and ask some questions, and then if you want to have a dialogue, you are authors of beautiful projects which were awarded. So I could disappear and I will soon disappear, let's say. You have shown an action about an artifact. You reacted to a context. You were having a resonance with the place. You reworked on an ancient place, an ancient construction site. Was this reflected in your approach, or was it like 0 degree in your context? Well, actually, the training was focused on centrality. I started with the North African communities, so this research on bricks and local raw materials, and then after a long path, I reached the Norwegian situation, and also that word that I was able to know of Nicola Flora, Paolo Giardiero, Sverre Fehn, Sarne Cosmo, and others. So I was convinced that that interpretation of that word, which is emblematic, could be transported as a method also in our system. So we started to read, let's say, interpret the landscape as a built landscape. The occasion of Casella Culture was amazing because we worked in small steps in approaching this strategy. For sure, this is a founding element. It is a milestone where we found an interpretation and also operational key. And this has to do with so many activities of us. So we are not only using the materials, the necessary materials, we are using the territory. So we are writing this history down with our territory. And we want to look for raw materials and references on the specific place, trying to build these activities in a mutual exchange of understanding. And this is really interesting. This aspect is so interesting, opening these activities. So yes, this is a starting project, let's say. Congratulations for the park, it's beautiful. There are some similar cases. Yes, in fact. What about our friends from Chieti? Are they here with us? Yes, we're here. I have a question for you as well. You have shown through several representations a certain presence of the place in the artifact of Trabocchi, but also galleries and so on. I have seen, when observing the materials shown, that partly this path is also going through territories of the coastline, which are territories of an Italy building coasts without specific cultural identities. Is it a simple infrastructure, or can we find some resonance also with those territories? Well, actually, yes. This is crossing the territories of Fostacesia or San Vito, which in the 70s or 80s were built in a bad way, I would say. And today, this infrastructure crossing those places may be a real engine for requalification and upgrading of those areas and those buildings. Until a few years ago, when there was trains there coming through, maybe some specific areas were degraded, were less upgraded and less inserted in the territory. So today I see an infrastructure which may be included from a landscape point of view in a strong way in natural places, but also in places which are objects of anthropization already. So I think that these places, that these venues may today have the chance for being requalified, upgraded, and maybe improve thanks to this type of activity. And what about the fact that the back side of a building may become the front side of a building? What are the main dynamics here? I mean, the infrastructure wants to recreate micro operations of urban redesign, isn't it? Yes, absolutely. And I believe that today, at the beginning, when thinking about qualifying this path, I think that these infrastructures should be considered as an engine for development, where we have things happening on the left, on the right, everywhere. So this micro-urban upgrading also coming from the birth of some new activities, some new spaces, where to live. Well, this may create richness for those territories, so that some places may be upgraded, places which were not conceived in the past, because the railway was like a scissor, was creating a division between beautiful areas and abandoned areas. So I think that today this is the right chance for creating this requalification. So you have already observed that we have small changes coming from private people linked to the access or not. Well, yes, for sure. We have never-ending requests for activities and actions, but actually we're waiting for a regulation and a law coming from the region, and also specific for the Costa dei Trabocchi. And we would like to have a regulation of the province, because beyond what we have introduced in our speech, there are also some other areas close to that one. So the province produced this feasibility study to be implemented, and I greet you on behalf of the group. Unfortunately, he was not able to be present today. He is the urban planner of the province, so it is the main designer of these regulation, let's say. However, there's a huge request for promoting and empowering the various paths close to the Costa dei Trabocchi area. However, we had some obstacles from a regulatory point of view, and this is due to the absence of the colleague I was mentioning before. However, we have never-ending opportunities, and also he's a huge expert in terms of reusing overflow systems. He is a specific consultant and advisor for these activity, isn't it? However, this is the very first big infrastructure, but we still have a lot to do. However, I believe that this summer, even though the activities were not tested yet, there's a use coming from outside the region, where we are eager to do something more beyond this first urban planning, as I would like to call it. So the territory is rehaving some areas which were only accessed and used by a few people. Today, instead, we have a backbone connecting all of these traits of the area, and people there didn't have these overall vision. Instead, walking by that area, maybe with a bicycle, you can do a 42 kilometers ride. Well, the slope is quite constant and you can enjoy a good ride. So people didn't know anything about this area and the opportunities of this area. So we had several new opportunities. I mean, making a specific culture available. So boat trips in the morning, for instance, then we eat with fishermen, and this is something that in the past we couldn't do, for instance. Okay, let me ask a question about quarries and mines, and then let's see if there are some questions coming from the audience. This is really interesting. I mean, I would like to go back to Sardinia so much, and this is a reason more. This is something which is encouraging visits there. I think that you have similar cases, and also in the context of the Polytechnique, we have something similar. There's a student of mine in Piscina who reproposed a series of operations, especially with sites of mines and quarries, and she showed me some amazing galleries generating a situation of a huge interest. Do you believe that it is possible to create a systematic approach, or was it a unique experience? I mean, your experience, which is difficult to be replied and replicated. Well, I think that it is possible to do that, to replicate that. They have tried in Sardinia with the Parco Geominerario, and they did a lot. There were quarries with several types of minerals, and also piscinas and some other areas where they have tried to convert also workers working in the mines. And these associations, also cultural associations, work there for in order to try and upgrade these spaces, so that these spaces could be visited again. Of course, it is difficult because we have gigantic interventions and activities to be carried out. Some of them were carried out. I mentioned the Faculty of Architecture in Cagliari. They were awarded with the Landscape Award. They won this prize a few years ago, and their activity was incredible. But in this case also, there were some occasions which allowed for the realization and implementation of these projects, such as funding coming from the European Union. When dealing with projects in quarries and mines, well, these processes may take forever, and then upgrading these spaces will take forever. However, we have ongoing processes here. Also, in this case, the case of this quarry, this was an ambitious project. We had 4 quarries at the beginning, and then we only used 1 quarry, even though we worked a lot, because we couldn't dismantle thousands of cubic meters. We had to make some choices, so we only removed polluting materials. And we try to cover the building, which is completely integrated in the soil. And then we worked on a very simple process. very minimal process linked to the topics I was referring to. So the sun, the ecological systems for creating heating and cooling without using expensive equipments. However, this is working, but this is not working as we wanted it to work. It is not a sound space. It is maybe more a place for events. Yes, it is not a public space of the daily life, let's say. Yes, exactly. And so these allowed us to find some other fundings for the creation of some other activities in different areas. And maybe the administrations do not believe in these areas. Well, this is a non-secondary issue. I don't know if there are some other questions coming from the audience. We have some times, let's say. We are ahead of schedule, so I don't know if you have some comments about these 3 cases. If we don't have any questions, I see maybe somebody raising their hands. I would like to thank you all. Thank you for participating. A round of applause for you so that we can be ready for the next session.
Good evening. I see Alessandra Neglia is with us. Elena Sala, who will intervene later, and Angela Conte. What is this project that you have proposed? You have 8 minutes available to you. Good evening. I'm Angela Conte. I'm here with Alessandra Neglia. We represent the association APS UIUS, located in Locorotondo in the province of Bari in the region of Apulia. It is an association that stimulates active citizenship and various forms of artistic languages, as represented also by the festival, by the project Urban Beings. The team has diversified competencies as represented by its members. We have an architect, Claudio Fusillo, Alessandra Neglia, project manager and communications manager, Michela Neglia, graphic director, Donato Giacovazzo, web director, Silvestro Simeone for video. Plus, we have other additions to our team with various professionals whose skills and tasks you can read on this slide. We mostly work in summer, but we build the initiatives throughout the year. Our aim is to be present on the territory in order to enhance its resources. By means of a universal tool, namely art. So we take art into the public spaces works of art are selected through an international call, and the exhibition is then arranged inside the city, throughout the city, in open spaces to favor the meeting between different forms of art, as represented by these works of art, and the architecture of the town. Besides these artistic experiments, this festival involves citizens and also the tourists to our cities. In order to propose alternative paths to enjoy tangible and intangible heritage. One of the features of this festival is that this meeting between tourists and art and citizens takes place in the city itself, in the territory. Art permeates the urban fabric to create new relations with the place. Events and experiences and workshops, conferences and meetings are organized in order to develop this synergy between the artists coming to our territory and the hosting communities. I will give the floor to Alessandra. Concerning the timing of this project, we've just closed the second edition of this festival, and we are getting ready to organize the third edition. The next call will be published in mid-November, so please be informed about that, because next year's call is open to architects as well. The call will close in February. The assessment of the proposed projects will take place in March. And some artistic residencies will be proposed and organized next year. One of the main aims of this project is to involve the community. We have 4 macro sections for this project. First of all, by means of the activities in the program, we intend to improve the cultural offer, inverting the paradigm of artistic proposals. We take the works to the street. Our reference audience is not an audience of people who usually go to theaters or art galleries. We tend to talk to the whole community. And so artistic residents will be an opportunity to have artists get in touch with the world of schools, academies, university, and professionals. That is, all the craftsmen that operate on the territory. The second target is tourism. Inclusion is paramount, since we do believe that art must speak with a universal language in order to meet also the most peculiar access requirements. And we were able to achieve this thanks to some technological solutions, or by choosing the most accessible, the best accessible locations. So we have a web app that has some access tools, so that by means of the QR code located close to the installation, the visitor can connect to further information, to additional contents. This was a smart solution that gives us the opportunity to implement this solution was implemented through the project called Tourism for All, that attracted the attention of the regional government of Puglia. The third target was young people's employment. We would like to provide the competencies and the professionalities on the territory. By developing craftsmen, crafts, and technological initiatives. Finally, the training offer. We have worked with associations and schools and cooperatives working with childhood, or with families from disadvantaged situations. We have proposed workshops and this festival has become also an opportunity to exchange views with other professionals to discuss about the places of culture. This year we have won this award, and so we will exploit this opportunity to try and take our project to a higher level. In 2019, we received a special mention at the BIT, the International Tourism Forum of Milan. We aim at creating a network on the territory between artists and local production and crafts realities, businesses. For you to see how we have grown, in 2019 we had 16 artists. In 2021, we involved 49 artists, designers, and architects. Some of these were reunited in collective groups, others proposed themselves individually. Out of these 50, 10 projects were selected. Nearly 70 people were involved in organization and logistics, and these are professionals, craftsmen, and volunteer workers, while we involved 24 such persons in the first edition. Despite the consequences of COVID pandemics. I will finish off my speech with some pictures concerning the assembly, the installation of these works. Thank you so much again. We can move now to the subsequent project. Giuseppe Galbiati and Fortunato Medici, who's not here with us. Giuseppe Galbiati will describe a project that focuses on the recently acknowledged UNESCO site in Ivrea. Giuseppe Galbiati, researcher and PhD student at the University of Lausanne. We have won this prize for the transformation of the cultural heritage. The project was developed in the region of Piedmont in Italy, in the beautiful industrial city of Ivrea. Let me start with this statement by Sébastien Marot, who wrote that 1 century ago he wrote that this century should no longer focus on extending cities, but rather on understanding territories in depth. And it is a far-reaching thought that can be interpreted in many different ways and at different levels and scales. In our case, we interpreted it as the recovery of the existing building heritage. This topic is particularly important since the housing sector occupies 40% of the overall consumption of energy consumption in Europe. And it accounts for 36% of CO2 emissions into the atmosphere. But what we as researchers have realized is that too often there lacks the historical and cultural awareness and design responsibility when it comes to the buildings to be retrofitted. One example is the Franchi Stadium in Florence. That ran the risk of being demolished. And it was only thanks to an international movement and initiatives. Several illustrious representatives of our sector who wrote to the mayor of Florence that this stadium was not fell down. We were not equally happy with the Montepulciano restaurant along the highway in Montepulciano, one of the most futuristic buildings built in 1967 by Bianchetti, and we do hope that the next buildings are not going to receive the same depth. When it comes to energy retrofitting of buildings, we ought to focus on this, especially when working on the facade, because it's the facade that expresses the architectural features of a building the most. Article 18 of EC Directive 844, we read, it is advisable to promote research and testing of new solutions that may improve the energy performance of buildings and historical sites. Rare studies focus on the safeguarding of buildings with the improvement of energy consumption. A pilot project in this sense that served as our starting point and inspiration is the renovation of the Cité de l'Union in Genève, who applied a method that was able to safeguard the curtain walling in wood and aluminium while meeting the stringent requirements on energy consumption as applied in Switzerland. We then applied this method to the retrofitting of the UNESCO site in Ivrea. This is described in depth, and it was published recently on the Journal of Building Engineering. The publication was published at the beginning of this month. And here you can find the detailed description of our method. Our proposal was applied to a specific case to study its actual outcomes. First, we chose an office building wanted by Adriano Olivetti, designed in 1960 and erected in 1963. Before even taking part to this competition, we realized that we had already implemented these three concepts, that is beauty, sustainability, and being together. As far as sustainability is concerned, we analyzed the thermal behavior of the building through a thermographic map. We found the weaknesses on the building envelope along the facade, so that we could understand how heat is being conveyed or dissipated. Then, by comparing different variables, we were able to define the final strategy to be implemented in order to cut the energy consumptions of the building by 55%. Another option that would reach a minus 68% consumption was not accepted because it would have influenced the look of the building too much. Our project wanted to be conservative of the architectural look, and we were able to preserve these facade and the windows that have this wonderful opening system. Sort of book-like opening system. The last issue we analyzed was that of social inclusion. We invited the local community to participate to this program by administering about 500 questionnaires to the local population. This study was acknowledged in the region of Piedmont through this by means of this publication entitled Target 900 for the target 20th century, but our end target is the future, not the 20th century. We would like to define some guidelines or an implementation tool that may prove useful to designers and architects and to all those who are actively involved on the retrofitting or restoration of the architectures of the 20th century. When we look for a definition of sustainability, we see that sustainability is often connected to the preservation of natural resources. While I believe that sustainability ought to embrace also the concept of sustainability in cultural terms. And let me mention what the Swiss Confederation says on this behalf. Conservative and energy issues are legitimate. They basically refer to the same concern and pursue the same targets, namely to preserve some resources that cannot be replaced, be these natural or cultural, for the future generations. Thank you. Faccio l'introduzione. Okay, so now we continue with Jacopo Cardinali, Lorenzo Capparucci, Alessandro Buffi, who are to my left, and who will describe the project entitled Materie Unite.
Okay, let's start with a clip, first of all, that we used for the Bauhaus project. So, Materie Unite was created as a design group. I am Alessandro, I am the architect of the group, and then you see here Jacopo and Lorenzo, the two designers working with us. We also have some other professionals, graphic designers, IT experts, and some other realities as well. In the new European Bauhaus competition, we had an important connection. So if the Bauhaus in the 20s was born as a result of a meeting between designers and a new industrial model, which is the new model of times, well, the European community now is asking us to find a new relationship between design and a new industry, which is characterized by some new machines, 3D printing machines or others. And specifically, we were born within an historic typography in Terni, Arti Grafiche Cedori. We found an interesting thread with the ancient Bauhaus. These are some experimental lessons that were held during the beginning of the 20th century, where they show how paper may be an interesting instrument for exploring shapes, forms, and finding new aesthetical languages. These are some of the images that we presented for the competition. Basically, our concept was to use sustainable elements and materials and combine them all together. So mainly using cardboard and then some other materials as well combined, and then through the digitalization we are able to give another language to the cardboard itself, and then we make use of some new textile innovations and others. We moved from architectural projects and urban planning projects to design and detailed projects, which may somehow be extended to an architectural scale, as we will see in the next projects for the setting up, and also for some more important scales of projects. Now, through the images that will follow, we would like to tell you how the model of Materie Unite, which is based upon the recycling of material, going back to the origins of the material itself, it is about a cardboard which is 100% recycled. The fiber recycled composes 80% of the material, and the last part, 20%, is made up of virgin fiber taken in certified forests, so coming from sustainable sources. Through this picture, we want to tell you how we focus on the development of products and furnishing, including a research and development of the union of different materials and the working of these materials. In this picture, for example, we combine the material, which is linoleum, produced in a factory in Umbria, in Narni, which is a completely natural material composed of fibers of wood, cork, and linen. It is a material which is completely sanitizable. It is useful for reinforcing furnishings, because cardboard is a noble material, but it has so many flaws and defects, so it must be reinforced in order to be stronger. Then we use this other element, this other cardboard, having so many qualities such as elasticity, we have a technical issue. Then on a larger scale, we can tell through these images an example that we did with this material, an exhibition in Civitanova Marche, an exhibition of graphics and images. So we realized these objects through the use of this specific cardboard. This is an example on a bigger scale of the surface of a roof. We were developing these modules 60 by 60, replacing the normal modules in plasterboard, for instance, in restaurants or cafes. So replacing these elements, they are a decoration, of course. They're also improving the qualities of sound and the environment, generally speaking. On a larger scale, these are some experiments on a structure in cardboard outside. And so this is the first experiment that we did outside, and we focus on the surface covering of the cardboard. We developed covering in Arabic rubber, sprayed on the pipes and becoming waterproof. This is the experiment that we did using junctions between the materials, so we collaborate with other realities. We created a much more sustainable, light and easy structure. I am Jacopo, good evening. Here we are showing another example of a possible architectural scale we are thinking of. This is a fair where we participated in last September. This is an important topic for us. It is the parametric design. Alessandro teaches at the Faculty of Engineering and Architecture in Perugia, and we try to bring back the logic of modular parametric design. We are developing in our projects the possibility to create a library of elements which might be repeated and remodulated in the spaces. So we installed it and uninstalled it several times, and we did it in 4x4 in 4 square meters with the same elements, saving money because these pipes were reusable. The pipes come from Shigeru Ban and his ideas. Of course, he is a very famous protagonist working with the construction of objects in cardboard. And here, this is to make an overview about what we became in May 2021. Our project was launched a few years ago, and then we became an innovative startup. Our vision is to bring culture in the design, the culture about new materials. We started with cardboard, probably because we were born in a typography, probably because we were these type of technologies of people working with cardboards already, and 3D printing. So after a few months, we want to enlarge our identity, to move out from the world of typography in order to enter some other areas as well. Let me go quite fast so that we will not steal any time to others. I would like to show one specific slide. This is an example of an interior design that we did for a wine shop. 3 materials: cardboard, glass, and linoleum. A few days ago, we participated in a fantastic congress about the use of graphene. It is simple to use it, to isolate it, but not that simple to use it. And so very often there are simple materials which have been used for hundreds of years, but actually they're not that used currently. So this is a perfectly optimized material, recycled all over the world the same way, composed of recycled material coming from the same source. So at the moment, this is one of the best materials that we identified for our design project. These are some aspects we are referring to. Before, Alessandro was speaking about the Bauhaus and the technological availabilities for design. Beyond the part of sustainability of material and potential aspects of cardboards for transporting this material, what we use is the idea to move out from a centralized production area. We use pens and papers, but basically the project is digitally managed, and so we can transfer the file directly to the production area so that they can work with this typology of materials and technologies available, so that they will produce in a different area. So this decentralization of production is an advantage for us in environmental, social, economic terms, but also for several other levels. Sustainability, as Giuseppe said, is not only environmental, it's also economic and cultural, and we are focusing our attention on this exactly. So this is what we are doing. This is the main team. We, the 3 of us, we are the design area, let's say the design side of the startup. Lorenzo is the 4th co-founder and the owner of the typography, the 4th generation of printers we were born from. And then we have another side. Of course, this is our structure. Thank you so much. Can I give the mic? No. Okay. So let me introduce you, Ludovica Gregori. Category, it seems like the Sanremo Festival, Music Festival of Italy. Project, reconstruction, social reconstruction post-emergency. Good evening. With this topic, I am following the thread of sustainability. Of course, there is one of the sustainabilities that are fundamental, which is the social type of sustainability. My research, my PhD, is connected to the project winning the new Bauhaus project, and it is about the social regeneration much more than a reconstruction. Probably it is much more suitable to call it like this. Let me show you a short clip. I don't know if we have enough time. 1 minute? Do we have 1 minute? Yes, we have. Should I click it? Should I do something? Or okay, thank you. We go on. No problem. Here it is. This is a storytelling, a very short video spot required for participating in the competition as the one of Materie Unite. Okay, thank you so much for the technical support. I wanted to show you this clip because it was shot in Amatrice, which is Cumoli, a village close to Amatrice. So my research is really connected, strongly connected to this area. And this was born after the earthquake of 2016. We had the Civil Protection Authority for several months there, and I have seen many members of my community becoming volunteers because of the emergency. So I wonder about how the role of architects and architecture changes after an emergency. This is the case study in Cumoli, which was completely destroyed after the earthquake and replaced by what we call today as a Cumulisai. The question is, my focus in this case is about temporary villages, as the one you see here, recreated after the village destroyed. The question is why? Why having a temporary thing, having short life? And the answer is we need a social reconstruction before the physical reconstruction of buildings and places, because without people, without life in those places, well, these places will not have the same character and will not be will be there for no reason. So my study, my research starts with my PhD studies in understanding when the architect may intervene in an aware way, in an effective way, in a post-emergency situation. So my answer was specifically referred to a choice after interviews and literature research about post-emergency traumas, and then after some data that that were collected. The answer is that we can create temporary villages. This is a very delicate phase where the project, the layout, and the characteristics of the village itself can influence on the long term the life of people. So we have risk, but we also have opportunities here. The basic idea here and the main objective, the main goal, is to generate strategies for spaces for the community so that we can regenerate the community through socialization, sharing something in one space, and in particular, we will see that the solution will focus on open spaces. So public spaces, open spaces, we discussed about it so much today. And in an emergency case, beyond, regardless of every temporary module use, this is what is still there and always there. So this is why this is the main focus of our research. And of course, this is the place for interaction and spontaneous activities, something that we have lost during the pandemic. The state of the art is that the approach when designing these spaces sometimes is forgetting these aggregating force and strength of open spaces, which are not able to generate a social attractiveness very often. So briefly, the method used envisages some interviews, inspections in those locations, and contributions coming from people living in those villages. In my case, study. A huge process of selection that has to be summarized and go through a process of selection, which in this case has seen as design inputs for the development of these strategies of spaces for the community, a selection of elements such as the size of pre-existing spaces and activities carried out, both formal and informal groups as well. So the main solution should be a social approach, first of all, some solutions which may be applied quickly after the emergency, flexible solutions, not strict solutions, having a human approach. So something that I try to propose based upon the human identity at the core of the design itself. So briefly, some of these suggestions, some space strategies based upon studies of urban planning and project of design of spaces, programs of integration, and this became more interesting than ever when the social distancing became real today with the COVID pandemic. And these, of course, opened up another type of discussion because of the pandemic itself. So the division between private and public, the ability to have a social life and a life with continuous paving, then functions, depending on the social attractiveness. This brought to a huge quantity of quality information, which may be used for some other areas as well. In this case, I reported the case of the Gibellina earthquake in 1976. Then on the right, you have the situation of Accumuli, the recent earthquake, and this is a picture that I took from my window in the middle of people there. So these are some design guidelines, some quality information which do not have a standard structure, and moving towards space parameters which may be much more usable and considered as quantity data, so space, sizes, distances, and so on. So the main idea is to move from a standard approach towards a parametric approach. So moving from the standard to a parametric design based on these parameters, which may make sure that there are these spaces included in our identities. Our identities must be included in the process itself. Thank you so much. No, faccio... Okay, let's conclude with Tommaso Mauri, Maria Coralie Mazzucchelli, and Elena Sala, who's here remotely, and probably she will intervene remotely as well. The categories urban spaces and rural spaces are recovered and upgraded. The project is Ecoquartiere Porto di Mare. Please keep the timing, and you have 10 minutes each. Good evening. We are Tommaso Mauri, Maria Coralie Mazzucchelli, and Elena Sala. I am Elena Sala. We will present our project on Porto di Mare. I will ask the technicians to share the video. So as we have seen from the video, the project is based on a multi-scale approach, a bottom-up approach starting from the needs of our people involved. So the approach is replicable in other similar contexts, urban and rural contexts. Porto di Mare is a neighborhood close to Milan, in a rural context. However, this also has huge systems of services, such as the railway services, and it is close to the Cathedral of Milan, the Duomo di Milano. And the idea comes from the combination of these aspects in the area, connecting the area with the sea. However, this area was neglected, and we have several problems of drug trafficking specifically. However, today we have several projects which believe in the launch of this area with few CO2 emissions, and in particular, some studies carried out by the Polytechnic of Milan brought towards these some systems. So first of all, we started from a multi-scale project and a multi-scale design, and then we ended up with these integrated design phase. We use the parametric modeling for reaching predictive systems, and then finally we reach the eco-district concept. For the scale of the eco-district itself, we have a scale of a neighborhood where the users may have an impact, and the closest reference is the one you see here is the 15-minute cities project, so everything is reachable in a 15-minute period. So these are the main three questions that we have. So how to define sustainability in terms of surface of paving, how to make sure that there's a transition which is sustainable, and how to assess the energy impact of the whole system. Let's take a look at the project. We worked on surface of pavement, typologies of geometries, generally speaking, so working on footprints for heights, but also working on the study of coverings to better understand the relationship between covering and heating systems. So we carried out energy analysis, and we studied the shadows as well, looking for verifying our hypotheses and our solutions. So finally, we reached a conclusion, which are proposals and recommendations working on SLP, sustainable, from 160,000 to 2,060,000 square meters, working on typological and architectural mixes, working on the complex of buildings and so on, and working on a functional mix as well. And we also focus on the detailed scale of the architectural design. So now let's move from a global scale, the master plan, to the local scale. So we focus on a specific lot that we have chosen, which is something connecting the old and the new, so something connecting the existing city and the countryside. So it is like something combining two different cultures together. The lot that we have chosen is close to the underground of Porto di Mare. It wants to be an entrance for this location. We analyzed all the different functions, and in order to create a union, we identified the main function here, because historically this is what we wanted to do. So we added the function of sports and then transportations, including bike sharing, car sharing, and underground as well. Then we made an analysis based on the recommendations inherited from the master plan identity in order to understand effectively how to locate our building and how to consider it from an architectural point of view, so as to better understand how to be located in the lot itself. Then we try to understand the relationship between different functions and connections as well with the rest of the master plan, as well as the lot itself. We concluded by carrying out a specific analysis for the covering, trying to have a green cover usable by users, and then analyzes the green areas around surrounding our building. The covering is specific because it wants to be the symbol of our project, opening our PhD thesis as well. Not only because it is useful in terms of covering, but also because it has a huge potential. What we want to highlight is the energy saving potential. So we understood that by inverting market and gym, we could better optimize the architectural place from an energy saving point of view. Therefore, we created this place where we don't have a wall, but we have instead a dialogue and a meeting place. Let's conclude by discussing about the tracking use of the new Bauhaus. The three key parameters which may summarize our work. So sustainable, we did some studies in terms of sustainability in order to understand the energy sustainability, environmental sustainability, and so on. We used the we empowered the topic of togetherness and being together, because we want to give life back to an abandoned neighborhood, thus creating a space for creativity, sharing, and meeting, both on the outside and on the inside, so within the market itself. So a place where it was possible to exchange opinions and so on. Let's conclude with the third figure, beautiful, the third keyword, beautiful, because we wanted to give a new face to the neighborhood, which is now the symbol of a rebirth. Thanks so much for listening. Okay, so I think that we have something going on, and this is good news, let's say. Thank you so much. Now, unfortunately or luckily, I don't know, I have to leave because I have a train in a while. Thank you so much for coming here in Mestre. Thank you so much for connecting remotely. Let me conclude now after this meeting and before the Festa dell'Architetto on November the 5th. Let me invite here architect Ferrari from this, and those from the scientific committee who will come after him. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everybody. Here we are now. I wish to thank all the participants here. And I wish to thank all those who are still online. There's many people connected online from Italy and from abroad. And I wish to thank all the speakers, the Museum M9 hosting us, all the secretary offices that supported us, the cultural department of the National Council of Architects, and I wish to thank the scientific committee that is here with me, the secretary, the president of the various members she's mentioning. And I wish to thank also Federico De Ambrosis, although he had to leave us. And he chaired the whole day during this very long presentation of projects. I would like to ask the members of the committee their considerations, and then we will approach the conclusion of this day. I don't know whether any of you would like to add anything. I'll give the floor to Valentina Fanti. Good morning, everybody. I would just like to make a consideration. My personal experience, having worked in France for several years, I would like to read you the beginning of Law 77/1 for architecture, issued in France in 1977. Architecture is an expression of culture. And we said that so many times today. Architectural creation, the quality of buildings, their harmonious fitting in the landscape, the organization of urban landscapes are of public interest. That's how the French law places the architect at the center of a project of urban redefinition, while in Italy, architectural works are conceived as a service work and not as a creative work. And so architects are seen as technicians who can be exchanged for other professions. In France, the law on architecture has enabled the organization of very transparent calls for competition and to adapt the discipline of architecture to the new requirements. In the past 20 years, major urban renewal, urban regeneration initiatives in France have seen the participation of private participants, private players, while earlier mostly public players were present. We have seen beautiful examples today, but they are just isolated examples if and when compared to the scale of urban regeneration projects implemented elsewhere in Europe. The new European Bauhaus says that we hope that the Next Generation EU starts a new round of renovations in Europe, not only for economic targets, but also for cultural targets at a European level. For the time being, we are disadvantaged vis-à-vis our European competitors. But we need to develop a cultural awareness on this in order to change this situation. Thank you. I wish to thank you and the scientific committee for all that you have given to me. For what you, because I will take something to my role of architects. And I hope that this lab takes something new and rich in experiences to us all. So I hope you will give us the opportunity to continue this experience in the future. So thank you all. And thanks to the participants to this day of workshops. This is not an isolated episode, but the aim is to take these topics to the architects, to the Festa degli Architetti, the Architect Festa. We do wish for this, for a new architecture law to be passed in Italy, which is one of the reasons why we're meeting today. We have heard about social, culturally sustainable projects, projects that reach the public at large, projects that recover abandoned areas, that see large teams cooperating, large and diversified teams. A project can be launched by the role of architects, by private players, public players. But unless there's an entrepreneur operating for specific entrepreneurial requirements, all the other initiatives must have the support of the public with a participatory approach before, during, and after. Because if a project has a participatory approach, the community will feel it belongs to it. It protects and defends it. You do not need to have huge investments at first. A project is a process, an ongoing process. It is composed of several practices. A project works for people and with people, and time intervenes in a powerful way, either because the project can be a temporary project or because it is designed for future uses. The project can include and embrace nature, and it searches for a relationship with the nature. It materializes needs and it meets some requirements. It can be a portion of a wider, far-reaching urban regeneration project. It is a community-based project, and it always has to create relations with the community, either a school community or other forms of community. It develops at several scales, and it must be able to talk with a new language. Projects always improve. They preserve and reinforce the history of the place. I think that these topics go well beyond a very general logo of beautiful, sustainable, and together. It is the starting point of several discussion meetings to dwell on our ideas and to start new projects, like the projects that we're going to celebrate at the Architect Fest. the homepage of the new Bauhaus generation, these projects have been published, can be found, and this project is a starting point to highlight new projects and processes. It is a useful heritage for managers, officers, public administrators, professionals, and I hope that more and more will take part to these training days. And these participatory projects are a wealth to the public, for the public. This debate is a necessary practice for a country like Italy that says it is on the vanguard. So thank you for all the strength and power you're infusing to us, and that will help us continue ahead. Closing a conference is very hard indeed. We're all tired. We're all looking for going home. So let me start from a consideration made by our national president this morning, who said that regeneration is the red thread that helps us change our lifestyle. But why should we change our life model or lifestyle? Or why or what has architecture to do with all this? And the third question I would ask is, why architecture needs to be connected to other disciplines? Why cannot it work in isolation? Kate Rainworth, an economist, wrote the book The Economy of the Donut. Imagine our world is a donut in the full part, the part of the dough. You see all the people who have what is necessary to live well, all the positive practices of our society, circular economy. You find the beautiful, the sustainable, and the being together. And the heart and the core. Inside the hollow, you find all those who have less than what they need to survive. And that becomes an individual problem because they cannot survive. There's a movie, I would invite you to see a Spanish movie, El Hoyo. The platform. There's this vertical prison, and food falls from above, from a platform, and those who are at the top of this vertical prison can eat, and those who are at the bottom starve to die. Then we have those who are outside the donut. That is, those who have more than what they actually need. So they could they could endanger those who are inside the donut, and even more so those who are in the hollow of the donut. We are aware of the fact that we cannot change everything, but what we can change is what really makes the difference. So many stories have been told today, so I wouldn't tell you any other story, but I'm very glad of this day of workshop and exchange of information and views and practices. I think that these brainstorming opportunities are an invitation to designers to describe the work they do in a very little time, in order for us to understand what we should do in order to implement projects. It is an approach to exchange of views that has already proved suitable and successful in Bergamo in 2019. It has proved very useful today. So I would invite you all to keep searching for interesting projects. Go and talk to the various local roles of architects in order to invite the designers of the most interesting projects so that they can describe these projects to the colleagues. This is but the beginning. The beginning was a good start indeed. I just think that as builders, we can build a better future. Thank you all. Have a nice evening.